This is Dr. Kathleen Kaiser calling the Chico Unified School Board meeting to order. We will go into closed session, and at 6 o'clock we will reopen. Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. I'll do it again. I'm calling the Chico Unified Board meeting to order. We have been in closed session. There is nothing to report from closed session. And with that, if you'll join me in the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. So the superintendent's report?
Yes, thank you. Well, another school year is coming to a close. And after the Oroville Dam incident in 2017, the Camp Fire in 2018, 2 years of COVID in 19 and 20, it was really good this past year to have a school year that, while not normal by any stretch of the imagination, we had our kids back in school full-time, in person. And I'm really proud to report that we had 907 high school graduates that graduated this past June. And we had 808 eighth graders promote to go into high school next year. So we're looking to the future, and just wanted to say congratulations to everyone who had students that have made it through or made it to that next milestone.
All right.
So I will keep it short, and that concludes the report.
All right, thank you very much. So does anyone have announcements? I'll just add from my own, I did 5 promotions and graduations, and the atmosphere was extremely positive at all of them. A bunch of very cheerful students. So it was a very positive thing. Anybody else? Okay. So items from the floor. I just want to review this. You have 3 minutes. If someone else has already commented and made, in effect, the same statement, I would encourage you to forego, because we have an extremely long agenda. We could be here very late. So with that, the first person I have is Michelle. Items from the floor.
Also, there'll be a 30-second warning bell, and then and at the end of your time, you'll hear the bell a second time.
Okay. I have pride that this district has an immersion program since before I was school age. I grew up in a small town outside of Chico with a strong population of Spanish-only speakers. I would notice as a student these classmates being pulled from the classroom to focus on language development. I noticed the struggle. As a kid, I wanted to make friends with all and struggled to communicate with non-English speakers, as the only language I knew was English. Tengo orgullo que mi niña pueda hablar con otros niños en español, porque Chico tiene Rosa que enseñar en español. Dual immersion schools have 4 pillars: bilingualism and biliteracy, high school academic achievement, social cultural competence, and lastly, critical consciousness. Dual immersion, Rosedale, was built intentionally to establish equity in the Chico community. My daughter just completed her kindergarten year, so this was my first exposure as a parent at Rosedale. I don't know what Rosedale was like pre-pandemic, and recognize the last 2 years have been the hardest years for educators. It is hard for me to determine and speak to what equity is lacking at Rosedale today. What I know is events like this, the dismissal of the Rosedale vice principal and equity leader, incites fear and concerns. The 4th pillar of dual immersion school is critical consciousness. This pillar is important to Rosedale, and I would argue all schools. Critical consciousness focuses on achieving in-depth understanding of the world, allowing for the perception and exposure of social and political contradictions. Critical consciousness helps to grow students and society with tools and awareness to take actions against the oppressive elements in one's life. As a woman, I have used critical consciousness as awareness that I can do more and progress up the corporate ladder. I have moved from companies that did not support me as a woman or as a mom, for others that do. Without critical consciousness, it would be easy to say that this is just the way of life and to continue the toxic trend. Equity is meant to build and support each individual, to give them equal opportunities. If we help build each other and each student up, we would become better as a society. I hope to leave everyone today to think and recognize biases that we may have. We all have them. The key is to be aware so that we do not act on them. Homeless people in Chico are just humans. That may be luck has not been on their side. Students from the LGBTQ community are students going through difficult self-awareness that doesn't fit in today's society easily, especially with changes in so many state laws. Statements that name a virus after a country results in poor treatment of people who may look to be from that country. Let's be aware of our biases, recognize we are all human, and show empathy to others. I hope we can teach this awareness to our kids so we can all become better as a society. Thank you.
All right, my next speaker is Dr. Christine Lesner.
Am I ready? Okay. Greetings, school board. I'm a mother and also a professor in public health at Chico State. I have a PhD in health education, and I want to say that I appreciate your statements about valuing equity in the school district. Here is the definition of health equity from the American Public Health Association. The APHA mission is to improve health of the public and achieve equity and health status for all Americans. To achieve health equity, obstacles to health must be removed, such as poverty, discrimination, and their consequences, including powerlessness and a lack of access to quality education. Inequities are created when barriers prevent individuals and communities from accessing these conditions and reaching their full potential. Inequities differ from health disparities, which are differences in health status between people related to their social or demographic factors such as race, gender, sexual orientation, income, etc. Health disparities are one way we can measure our progress towards achieving equity. As you can see, we measure our progress towards achieving equity through data and looking at differences between groups and the outcomes. I would like to read some data from the California Healthy Kids Survey from 2020-2021. When we look at breakdowns of students at Chico Unified that have considered suicide in 7th and 9th grade, Asian, Hispanic, and Black students range from 15 to 30%. Asian students average at 25%. White students range from 15 to 16% during this time, so this is a clear disparity. What about the gender breakdown? Girls range from 20 to 24% that have considered suicide, while boys range from 7 to 11%. This is a clear disparity in race and gender. Students reports of harassment at school in the past 12 months due to race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or disability range from 17 to 23% depending on the grade. This number should be 0. Disparities also existed from these reports from the 2017-18 pre-pandemic, so this is not because of the pandemic. I would also like to bring your attention to the data from the California School Staff Survey for Chico Unified. This is mostly teachers, all school staff. 60% believe that racial ethnic conflict among students is a problem. 85% believe that harassment and bullying between students is a problem. 42% report needing additional professional development support to work with diverse racial, ethnic, or cultural groups. 35% do not believe that school staff examine their own cultural bias through professional development. 22% do not believe that schools consider closing the racial ethnic achievement gap as a high priority. So what has been done since this report came out is by far not enough, and some of it is damaging in some cases. So in fact, multiple equity leads have been treated poorly for trying to implement changes with the goal of increasing equity in our district. In order to achieve equity at Chico Unified, we need to be data-driven, but we also need higher administration to get substantial training so that we don't continue to do harm that's actually being done right now. Thank you.
Okay, Danielle Pene, or Pene. Feel free to correct my pronunciation of your last name.
Penny like the pasta.
All right.
Yeah. Madam President, board and staff, I'd like to address the post that was posted by Caitlin Dalby. It shows someone coloring in the thin blue line flag with the caption, "Next time you see someone who hasn't filled out their DIY pride flag, help them out by coloring it for them. It's nice to be nice." When the public became aware of and complained about it, Caitlin, you chose to defend yourself and attack those who complained about it, saying, and I quote, "You all, there are people out there outraged at the silly pride flag meme I reposted. They think I'm out there coloring on other people's stickers, and they're spreading my private post around as if I'm the original creator. People in my community have actually been led to believe that I have created this. Caitlin, when you look at your original post, it's exactly what it does. It makes us lead to believe that you did post this. You even added, "It's nice to be nice." You continued in your repost after people complained about it, that this was not your original post. So you showed the Reddit post from 2 years ago. You continued in your repost that where you got this post, and then you also said it demonstrates that some people just can't laugh about a silly, dumb joke. Caitlin, instead of apologizing for the misunderstanding of your post that your post caused, you shamed those that complained about it. You are entitled to your opinion. However, as a public servant who represents the community, you are held to a higher standard. I wonder if our school resource officers and the families of police officers who work for Chico Unified or who have children you represent as a school board member see your post as a dumb and silly joke. When I spoke to one police officer's wife, who's also an employee of Chico Unified, she asked me to ask you this. Do you think that those families who this flag represents go to bed at night not knowing if their loved ones will make it home? Do you think they think that this post was silly and dumb? I can only guess what would happen if a board member, a staff, an employee posted something similar, but instead it was the pride flag, and the comments were to erase the pride colors and add red, white, and blue. Would it still be a dumb, silly joke? As a public servant, you are held to a higher standard. You are entitled to your opinions, but when you cross the line and post on social media, you need to take responsibility and not shame. I am asking for a public apology to the officers and the families who protect and defend our employees, families, and schools in our community. Thank you.
Julie Treat.
Hi, everyone. Julie Threet, member of this community. For me, it kind of comes down to this wonderful presentation that Diane Olson gave in March of this year. It's the special education, the development plan, and the money and the programs that she's trying to put in place for next year. You've got over 1,600 kids in this district on special needs plans. You've got kids in every single one of your schools, all colors, all stripes, all sizes and shapes. And you look at this trend line. I mean, it's $29.6 million that's needed for the program, but look at the trend line. This is 2003. You had more than 12,000 kids here, 11,000 kids here. You're up to almost 15%. That's a trend line. Obvious. There's a problem here. There's a problem in the school district somewhere. It's not just vaccines. I was kind of honed in on that because I'm vaccine injured, but that's a problem. 20 years. I don't know why you're all not having workshops on this problem here. There's something underlying here. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's stuff in the fluorescent lights, like Rusanoff said, if there's junk in the walls or under the floors. I don't know if it's EMF and all this 5G towers we're putting around these schools. You guys have been here for 20 years. I know at least, well, your families are all grown up here. You're all raised here. I moved here 7 years ago, and I'm like, what's going on in this community? What is happening in this community that we can't address the 1,600 kids here that are on special needs of all shapes and sizes and shapes? Come on. You guys are smart. I don't know if there's a problem with administration. I don't know if there's a problem with the facilities. I don't know if there's a problem with City Hall. I don't know what it is. If it's Jeanette York in public health, she keeps coming in here with issues. 2 years you're fighting the virus, an invisible virus. You're fighting an invisible virus with masks on and big plexiglass. And you've got 20 years of something else happening here, and you're not addressing it at all. I think we all can take a step back for a second and stand up. I hope we are adults and women and men of Christ, and we can come together with ideas and forget everything that happened in the past. I don't know. Take a step back. This is what you need to address. And the rest will all kind of fall into place, but we keep blaming equity and blaming all these other things, and it's something to do with the children. You've got somebody locked up in jail last year, I heard, for some sexual crimes, and now they're suing the school district for that. This is insane. There's some kind of cancer in here of a lot of different variations, I'm thinking. So I think we just need to get real, and Diane Olson did a fantastic job. She's got it down to the school. She's got it down to who's itinerant. She's got it down to the high schools, the junior highs. You got to get real with this.
Okay. Benito Arbra Sanchez. Benito. Not here? Okay, slaughtering the word. Gina Bax.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. I was born and raised in a country where I was exposed to the devastating consequences of very controversial political regimes and ideologies that left some of my family in misery. As poor as I was, my parents were always sure I was exposed to an education where the basics of academics were paramount. Once I moved to this country 22 years ago, I continued pursuing my education as my parents always encouraged me to do, and graduated from Florida International University in 2009. I spent most of my summers in my country volunteering as an English teacher at some of the most vulnerable schools in my city because I believe dual immersion programs are essential. Education continued to be the most important part in my life once I became a mother. But as an immigrant, I was facing the challenges of raising my kids in a different country. So I wanted my 5 children to go to a school where my kids not only were getting the best of academics, but were exposed to my language, my culture, and my heritage. Rosedale is that place. For the past 11 years, my whole family has enjoyed the cultural enrichment Rosedale has offered. Unfortunately, past events in the name of equity have caused division and hate at a rate I have never seen in my school. Fortunately, bad situations come with new opportunities to identify the root of the problem. In this case, the negative impact social media, biased information, and the politicizing of our classrooms can have in our community. As a parent and private citizen, I am entitled to use social media to give my opinions on different subjects, especially when they involve my own kids. But as a public servant or educator, you shouldn't be posting, promoting, supporting, or creating awareness on controversial issues and behaviors that are divisive and can be confusing, especially in our Hispanic community. If we cannot avoid applying equity on everything, how about we start by looking for ways to identify the challenges minorities face when learning a different language, inform and educate parents about the benefits of dual immersion programs, promote academic multicultural activities, develop strong partnerships between the school and families to encourage children to maximize their academic potential. Help immigrants to understand that placing our children in bilingual classrooms will not limit our children's English development and their access to quality education. Let's focus on helping our schools to obtain the funds needed to expand and improve its dual language immersion programs. Provide our bilingual teachers with the tools to connect with non-English speaking families within our school in a positive, healthy, and learning environment. Equity cannot be confused with political activism. It is our job, right, and responsibility as parents to create awareness at home on issues we believe are important and fit our own families. And our school's priorities should be creating a positive and engagement environment where all our children can achieve their academic potential, regardless of color, identity, and backgrounds. Thank you.
Gina Aguilar.
Oh, yeah, that was me. I was trying to translate this in Spanish, but I guess I'm not allowed to do it, so it's okay. I can say it in Spanish, but I don't know if I'm allowed
No.
to speak.
Thank you. Okay, that's my last speaker on items from the floor. So we will move to the consent calendar. Does anyone wish to pull an item from the consent calendar?
I would. Sorry, I wasn't prepared.
Excuse me.
There's an item on this agenda pertaining to,
Yeah, so this, this public comment session was for items from the floor, which is not specific to anything on the agenda. So if you submitted a speaker request for an item on the agenda, that comes later when that item comes up. No, you're good. Nope, it's all good. Thank you.
Did you
here we go.
locate the item?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. So this is resolution number 1583-22. I'm not sure on the agenda item number.
7.1.6.
Okay, I am in a receipt of some amendments, what I understand to be very non-controversial amendments, but this resolution had some confusion in it, and it deals with the fact that there will be an election in November where there will be some trustee areas that will be up for
So we don't want
reelection.
an explanation of your suggested changes. We just need to know which one you want to pull.
Oh, yeah,
And then-
thank you for that. Yes, that's the one I want to pull. Thank you, Dr. Kaiser, sorry.
Okay. Is there any other item that somebody wishes to pull from the consent calendar? All right, with the exception, and when you give that number again, got kind of confusing.
Be
One-
7.1.6.
7.1.6, okay. I don't have 7. Oh, I'm sorry, I got it. Okay, all right, so with the exception of the item to be pulled, do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
Sure, I'll move the acceptance of the consent calendar with
Just-
the,
Excuse me, just 1 second. We do have a public comment on the consent calendar.
so we do.
Oh, you're right, okay.
There were
Julie-
actually two.
Julie Treat,
There was one that was submitted today at 11:42 a.m., but did not give a name,
oh,
and that was actually, and then Julie Treat was the other.
So hard with the online, I never know, I think I put my name in and then I didn't put my name in, but yeah, it's all wrapped into probably 7.3 and 4, 5, and 6, and it's all about the elections. So the forms were confusing, I didn't know I couldn't figure out where they were addressing the trustee and the districts and the new mapping that we did, and the new green map, and, when decisions were to be made, the whole process, and I put in the email with, can we know what the process is, and when do we file to run for school board, and I've got people calling me, and so, and when do decisions get made? The whole process is just new. It's new for all of us, right? Because we just had the new map. So I'd like to have that clarified. So thank you, Mr. Tennis.
all right, so may I have a motion? I have a motion on the consent calendar, do I have a
So
second?
there
I'll
was,
second
Okay.
Mr. Lando's motion.
All right,
I just want to make sure, because we did have another person request to speak under the consent agenda, but didn't give a name. So I just want to make sure everybody that wanted to speak on consent had the opportunity.
Yeah. Brad, you're listed under 812, you're there, yeah.
okay. Ooh, damn. Excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. We'll do a by name, so
Robinson, aye.
Lando, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Tennis, aye.
All right, so that passes the consent calendar, 5-0. And so now we go back to 7-6, the resolution 1583-22, the order of the election. Mr. Tennis.
Fellow board members, you were in receipt of some proposed amendments that I think are non-controversial on what was already a pretty non-controversial item. It relates to the fact that we have an election in November where there are going to be 3 seats, newly created, I should say, trustee areas that will be on that ballot for the election of people to fill those seats that are being vacated by 3 of you. And so these amendments simply clarify that process, that we are, that the current seats are at large, but the seats that will exist in the future that will be on the November election are going to be for various trustee areas, 1, 4, and 5. I would move passage of these amendments on this agenda item, and then I would move the agenda item. So I would move the agenda item as amended.
All right, so the suggested amendment is to simply identify the new trustee areas where the election will be impacted, areas 1, 4, and 5, correct?
That sounds accurate.
All right.
I'll second Mr. Tennis's motion.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, we'll do roll call vote again.
Robinson, aye.
Mando, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Tennis, aye.
All right, so that passes as amended. Okay. So now we move to the discussion calendar. And I don't have a person on the discussion calendar. I have a person on, the next topic is the MTSS. Okay, so informational, the Chico Unified Multi-Tier System of Support update, John Shepherd and Tina King.
And as they're coming up, I'm just going to remind the board that the board asked at the last board meeting that we bring forward and share with the board the efforts that have been made across the district to provide equitable access for all of our students. And I'm sorry to say that we do have our Assistant Superintendent of Education Services is out ill, so he will not be here to lead that, but we are in very capable hands with our Ed Services team led by Ms. Tina King and Mr. John Shepherd.
Okay, good evening, everybody. We have a presentation for you tonight that is quite lengthy and quite encompassing of lots of things to learn about that are going on in Chico Unified. We have guests here to speak about some things that we have going on. So sit back, relax, and here we go. This first slide talks about the board-adopted definitions of equity for Chico Unified School District. Last spring, 2 school board members, Ms. Dalby and Ms. Robinson, joined Kelly Staley and myself in a 4-part series of presentations, webinars, learning that was given by the California School Board Association. The topic was equity, and it was given throughout the state of California, and lots of different people from rural and urban areas were on those 4 sessions. They were, like I said, quite lengthy, 3 hours apiece. Lots of learning, lots of dialogue, lots of research and articles, and lots of next steps were talked about. Shortly after that, which would have been last May, we had a group of folks, including board members and some other folks, that really wrestled with what does it look like in Chico Unified? What does equity look like for a pre-K through 12th grade institution? And the bottom line, the bottom bullet is really what hits it, providing every student every day with the opportunities, supports, and resources needed for each of them to achieve their unique potential. You'll see a lot, we talk about every student every day because that's who we're in charge of. Doesn't matter which student we're talking about, and we do know that all of our students have needs that come up at different times, and that's also been included in the CUSD Board Governance Handbook. We did embed a short video in here. It's about 5 minutes. I encourage people to watch it. In regard to time and the folks that we have here to speak with us, I encourage you to watch it at your own leisure because, again, I know we've got a lot going on here tonight, but it is really about inclusive practices and inclusion. Oops. How do I move it forward? There it is. Thinking about how to serve every student every day led us to MTSS, or Multi-Tiered System of Supports. This is a framework. It's not a program or something that we buy. It's a framework in which we do our work. And it really does stand for those system of supports that we put in place for each and every student. You've seen this before. A lot of our meetings and Lcap nights have had this graphic, but it really does talk about the whole child, the academic needs that kids may need, and that does include enrichment, may I add, and it also includes the social emotional needs and behavioral needs that might come up for students. With that MTSS framework kind of guiding how we can serve our students and find out what our students need in the best way, which does include data, we were able to align our LCAP goals with those 3 pieces of MTSS. We'll talk about the LCAP later on. It's the agenda item after this. But the LCAP, as a quick reminder, is our strategic plan on how we do business. Every district has to have an LCAP. And ours aligned with MTSS in a very clear way to show goals, actions, and then very transparently showing the money that we have in our LCAP funding to go to these needs. So first one is to provide academic instruction and tiered interventions to ensure student learning and high achievement for each and every student. The second one is to provide social emotional learning, supports, and interventions to promote healthier student attitudes about themselves and others. And the third is to provide behavioral instruction and supports as a proactive approach to creating a safe, positive climate and school culture. We do have several LCAP meetings throughout the spring. I call that the LCAP season. It starts in about March and comes through the end of June as we are here tonight and into next week. We have targeted group meetings so we can be sure to hear from students who are in the targeted student groups on our dashboard and in our data that we really need to get input from. We not only have 2 community meetings, which are inclusive of everybody, and by the way, everybody is invited to any meeting at any time, but we also have our BIPOC, which is our Black, Indigenous, People of Color, Students with Disabilities, Foster Youth and Homeless, and our English Learner Parent meetings. Additionally, we have student meetings. Those are really wonderful to attend. We have elementary student meetings, junior high, and high school, and they do represent a variety of our students across the district. I look at Tim because I see some of the screening and the scores here coming up. Kind of moving down from the LCAP, each school has a plan that is similar to an LCAP. I call it a mini LCAP. It's called a School Plan for Student Achievement, or a SIPSA. As you can tell, I work a lot in plans. The schools have the same goals, a lot of the same funding, that is district funding for all schools. And additionally, the schools have budgets of their own for LCAP, Title I, Title II, different pieces like that, that they also make goals, or they also have actions with their funding that attach to those 3 goals. This year, these SIPSs all have aligned with the LCAP as well. So as you can see, our goal is to have a pretty consistent system between all of our schools. As we know, kids move to different schools, not only in natural matriculation from elementary to junior high to high school, but also we have students that move within the district to different schools, and we want to make sure that supports are available and the same in terms of the offerings of supports that we have, knowing that all kids and every student may have different needs at different times. We do look at assessment. I kind of look at Tim Karras because he's a big part of our assessment piece here as our data guy. We have things called Kelvin Pulses, which connect to our social emotional goals. Those are quick pulses, really, and that's a real accurate word for it, quick snapshots of surveys that kids can take at different times during the year that will help indicate if there's something that might be needed for a student that an adult on campus can help with. We have universal screeners for behavior and also for social emotional needs. Of course, the SBAC scores, which are our state testing, that has returned this year. And the California State Dashboard, which will be returning this year also after the CASP tests have been taken. All right, at this time, I'm going to introduce John to come up and take it from here.
Great, thank you, Tina. So just to reinforce this concept of a structure, and we even broke it down a little bit smaller to backpacks, we realized that with any backpack, depending on the size of the backpack, you try to fit everything into it. At times, though, you can't. Sometimes you don't even know what needs to go in the backpack. So we completely understand that some of the things that we're presenting tonight aren't going to meet the needs of all our students, but our goal for tonight is to provide information to the board and to the community, to be transparent about what we're doing, with the invitation that when we need to do more, if there are things that people specifically think we need to address, we need to know about those. This is a welcome, open invitation to our community and to our board to further this conversation. And as I said, with the structure, it's important to consider it just that. We're trying to attach as many things as we can to the structure. So before we go into the individual backpacks, when we were brainstorming the things that are going on in our district, as you can see on the slide, many of the things that we're doing affect students in all three areas. And so it's very difficult to grab one of those and shove it into a specific backpack. So we just want to highlight many of our interests right now as we're moving forward that affect every student every day. And I'm not going to read every word to you, but I do want to highlight everything we have on these slides because the nature of these ideas are affecting students right now. We think it's really important. So as you can see on the slide in front of you, one of the areas we've been trying to address is training. We heard it earlier tonight. To be sure that our staff, both classified and certificated, are prepared to meet their students each and every day. So we have varied trainings on this slide, ranging from implicit bias awareness. And again, I want to reinforce that we're not just talking certificated. We're talking about the custodians, the bus drivers, the front office staff who are meeting those students and engaging with them to ensure that they're successful. You can see on this slide an even deeper dive into microaggression training. So starting with implicit bias and then diving deeper into the microaggressions that could be demonstrated. And what's really interesting about these trainings that we've been involved in is they've started to make their way into our student population. For example, we hosted a CTE training in the beginning of the spring at one of our local high schools, and the presenters who had conversations with us about implicit bias and microaggressions also worked with our students in the medical professional CTE pathway. The students asked for it. They wanted to know when they walked into a medical profession how they were perceiving their patients. So it's pretty powerful to hear that conversation taking place. You know, we talk about how we're affecting kids, and if you look at the bottom of this slide, you know, at the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy, right, we need to feed kids. We need to make sure they're prepared to go to school. And just as a pragmatic example of supporting students, over 30,000 lunches were served last year. So think about the staff engaging with students during that time, and 18,000 breakfasts. Just thinking of it from a logistical perspective, supporting kids so when they go into the classroom, they're prepared. So again, I'm going to group some of these things together. You can see, and we're going to hear later from some of our homeless foster support systems. But as you can see, we have 142 foster students currently in Chico Unified, 717 homeless. It's not a small number. So when we talk about the different targeted student groups that we're trying to support, these numbers start to grow. As you can see here, supporting those students, we had 82 that used Chico Unified buses. 62 of them were offered Beeline passes. So 62 homeless and foster. That doesn't even include all the other families that may need those passes. And then, you know, right now, this is a really important one, that those 47 that were offered gas cards. Right? How important is that? As you can see, there are other examples of supports for kids, like summer programs, ensuring that they're comfortable at their school site, kinder boot camp, the junior high where everyone belongs program, where the students show up a little bit early just so they can connect. You know, those 11 and 12-year-olds looking around the school, sometimes 10-year-olds, and they're seeing the 12 and 13-year-olds, those 8th graders. And then we have our link crew, same concept, just trying to be sure we connect our incoming 9th graders with their school. And as always, on every school site, having conversations about school supplies, clothing, shoes, hygiene products, anything we can do to support our kids. So we're going to change gears here a little bit. I can't even explain how excited I am to introduce a couple of folks who are going to come up and talk with us about a boots on the ground program that is working for kids right now. I'd like to introduce Raquel Lee, program coordinator for the Cross Cultural Leadership Center. She's going to introduce Markel Hardman, who is a League of Stars graduate. I'm not going to dive too far into the program. I'd like to let them present. I do want to shout out to Malcolm J. McLemore. He's a little under the weather tonight. He is the founder of this program. His wife, Marta, is here as well. Raquel and Markel, come on up.
Hello, and thank you for having me this evening. My name is Raquel Lee, and I am a program coordinator at the Cross-Cultural Leadership Center at Chico State. And in the summer of 2020, John Shepard brought a number of invested stakeholders together to talk about how to address equity gaps. With the onset of COVID and distance learning, a number of us were concerned that these gaps would grow and or not be adequately addressed. It is from this initial conversation that a group of caring and considerate volunteers helped to develop a program focused on connecting historically marginalized and statistically at-risk college and high school students to professionals in our community. We call this program the League of Stars, and it focuses on creating mentorship teams comprised of high school students, college student mentors, and professional team captains. The program ran its first online pilot over Zoom during the 2020-2021 academic year with about a total of 30 participants. Unfortunately, many of us succumbed to Zoom fatigue, and we ended the academic year with lackluster engagement. But we gained a wealth of knowledge from our students about their needs. This academic year, we were able to create meaningful connections for approximately 150 participants from Chico High, Fairview, PV, Butte College, CSU Chico, and Butte County Office of Education. Team captains and mentors met with high school students during the lunch periods 4 to 5 times each semester. Additionally, all of the teams came to CSU Chico 3 to 4 times per semester. Each meeting focused on a different topic spawned from the students' suggestions: mental health, mentorship, healthy relationships, dealing with stress, transitions to college, goal setting, etc. The year culminated in a trip to the state capitol and a recognition ceremony, which resulted in many of you seeing the burgundy and teal stoles on our graduating seniors. A number of students regard the program as a driving force for them changing their minds about school, life, and college. In closing, the League of Stars is a specific example of how equity works. If diversity is math, inclusion is philosophy, then equity is science. As such, it takes a scientific method, and it is our hope to monitor and adjust to grow the program some more so we could benefit from it.
Hello, for those of you who don't, all right, there we go. Hello, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Markel Hardman, a graduate from Fairview High School. During my time with Meta Chico, I was given the opportunity to learn and reflect on many things, especially as a senior who was ready to graduate. I was able to take some time to reflect and evaluate my character. I was able to look at my values and how they were assisting me achieving my goals of graduating high school and moving on to college. I was also able to take a look at my habits and reevaluate which ones were helping me or not helping me achieve my goals. I was witness to the stories and experiences of other people of color that were part of the group. This may seem minor to some people, but as a person of color, I noticed the lack of representation around me in Chico. Before my experiences with men in Chico, I had not seen myself reflected in many adults around me, and it has been really inspirational for me, especially as a soon-to-be college student. I've got to say the greatest thing I learned from this experience is a potential career path. Spending time with our amazing group leader, Kamani, hearing his story and some of the stuff he does, really impacted this experience with men in Chico to the point that it makes me want to do the same thing for other students of color in the future. What I'm most proud of is showing up for myself and my future self. I'm proud of myself that I even enjoyed the group, not fully knowing what I was getting myself into. I'm also proud of every single student that took time out of their lives to join and participate in this amazing program. Doing this speech in itself is something I'm proud of, because I am up here confidently speaking in front of many people I know and don't know. One thing I realized throughout my experience in this program was my commitment to men in Chico and myself is something I'm also proud of. It has helped me show what I'm capable of, and now I have bigger expectations of myself. The last thing I wanted to speak on are my hopes for this program in the future. My bad. My main hope is for other students and people of color to fill up those empty seats I witnessed during our ceremony and decided to take the chance to participate in this program so that they themselves can feel the same inspiration I felt during my time in this program. I hope this program will be a platform for students and adults to learn about the oppressive factors that many people of color, that affect people of color. My overall dream is that students of color don't walk these streets feeling like there isn't a place where they aren't heard and see themselves and people around them, because Men in Chico is built for them. I would like to thank all those who participated in the program, those who coordinated it, and the amazing group leaders who guided us through the whole experience.
Really good, Marco.
Hey, Markel.
Okay, what's going to be your major?
I'm still undecided, as currently I'm just doing general ed.
Okay, well, good start. Very good start. Thank you.
Markel, don't go away yet.
Oh, my bad.
Dr. Kaiser?
Yes.
I was at your graduation and listened to your address to the students, the graduates, and the attendees. It was wonderfully done. I was so proud of you and appreciate the fact that you're willing to put yourself out there and spread the word. Good job.
Thank you.
Oh, Markel, you're making me relax right now, so thank you for that. I needed you. And I hope your communications then become a teacher, man, because we definitely need you. I do want to go back to Ms. Lee's comments and go back to 2022 in this program. And while it wasn't reflected in her comments, the catalyst for these conversations started with Assistant Superintendent Jay Marchant in a conversation with a parent that we needed to better serve our students, specifically our students of color. So Assistant Superintendent Marchant took it upon himself to identify as many resources as he could, bring as many people to the table. He didn't care where they came from, what their socioeconomic status was. He brought them to the table to drive this conversation home. And I want to thank him for that. He's not here tonight, but I think it's really important to highlight that.
Right.
So thank you, Mr. Marchant.
Yeah.
And the last thing I'll say about that program is, as Markel doesn't know this yet, and this is where I'm going to try to recruit him, we are planning to cascade this program down to our middle school. We're going to start with the 8th grade, knowing that we have some high school kids, as you can probably figure out from people like Markel, who would do wonders for our 13 and 14-year-olds. So that's the next phase of this. The McLemore's support, both Marta and her husband, Malcolm, are driving this forward. So I want to thank them. All right. So before I go any further, I'm going to invite Mr. Karras to come up and talk a little bit about some professional development and school-based intervention team planning.
Good evening. I'm just going to talk to you and give a deeper explanation about the first 2 bullet points on this slide. First of all, the school-based intervention team process, it has been refined over the last year with the help of our MTSS leads from each site, as well as our district MTSS coordinator, Christy Bankson. And that work will continue on. But just a little bit about that process. That process, first of all, has been going on in Chico Unified at least since I've been here, since the 11-12 school year. However, it was done differently at every site. So what we're trying to do is make the process more uniform. And so when we talk about the SBIT process, what we're really talking about is a group of professionals at each site an SBIT team analyzing student data and assigning supports for students as needed in the area that it's needed. So this is really where the data that Ms. Keene mentioned earlier, where that rubber meets the road in using the data to provide the services that students need when they need it. That is the work of the SBIT team and the SBIT process. So as part of the SBIT process, we're pulling in data from all three of the backpacks. We have attendance data coming in, we have discipline data coming in, we have academic data coming in, we have a robust Chico Unified Local Assessment System in addition to our state test data that we receive every year. And so these SBIT teams are able to get a full picture of the student. Okay, if there's an identified academic need, they can look at attendance, behavior, what are the barriers for this student to achieve academically? And they can assign interventions and monitor those interventions to ensure that we are making the progress that we expect. So this is really where, like I said, data comes into play. And we're looking at a wide variety of data sources. As I mentioned before, all three backpacks are in play right there. So this has been a huge effort in Chico Unified to make our intervention tracking, and make it more consistent across the district. So if a student leaves from McManus to Chapman, Chapman doesn't have to scramble to give a bunch of new assessments, meet the family, meet the kid. They can drop right in. Chapman can pick off where the prior school left off, because that has been an issue in the past. So this is a huge part of MTSS, the SBIT teams. Part of that work of the SBIT team, as I mentioned earlier, is assigning interventions. Okay, those interventions can be in the classroom. They can be delivered by a Title I teacher in the academic phase part of things. They can be delivered by counseling staff. Any and all staff that are available for interventions may be assigned an intervention based on the SBIT process. So just to maybe add some clarity to the process, a team can look at a list of kids that are struggling academically and or social emotionally and or behaviorally, and assign the appropriate intervention. Okay, so this is it's two small bullet points, but it is a huge part of the MTSS system.
Great, Tim. And just to highlight, the language that education uses can be so confusing. And to try to minimize that confusion by having the same language being used for students when they're in elementary school and for their parents mainly, and then have that same language be used when they're in middle school, and if necessary, by the time they're in high school, is a critical step that we're working towards. The professional development that we are connected with for next year should result by 2023-24 with pilot SBIT teams on every campus. So we are putting our money where our mouth is and paying for training to get those teams together. So we're excited about those conversations. And as Tim said, we're not just talking, in the classroom conversations and interventions and acceleration, but also the escalation of those interventions. As you can see on the slide, we're not just talking about special ed students. We're not just talking about a specific student group. We're also talking about our general education students who would be mentoring some of our students with disabilities through social interaction. One of the things we're excited about, and you'll see this near the end of the presentation, is a conversation between our facilities division and our school site staff to improve concepts on school sites that make things more accessible to students. And so it's shifted from just being in the classroom or just being on a slideshow or in a packet to what does the school look like? How is the school perceived? Is it perceived as having equitable access for all students. And those conversations have started. So we're pretty excited about those shifts. As you can see, we've already embedded a block schedule at Chico High School, which allows access to all of our students to all kind, we had a presentation about this earlier in the school year, but there are so many different dilemmas that students face in a typical 6-period day. By adding a couple of periods, they have access to so many programs, accelerated coursework, and interventions if necessary that can't be fit within a 6-period day. So Pleasant Valley High School will be shifting to that schedule this upcoming year, so we'll have both schools, both comprehensive high schools on that calendar. And we're also adding classes within the school day that are becoming more inclusive. We're going to have general ed students working in classroom settings with our students with disabilities. As you can see, some of the activities that we're supporting, such as We Not Me and the Mini Special Olympics. A lot of these things, they show up in newsletters, but they're not, the staff behind them aren't as highlighted. And lastly on this slide, you can see over the past couple of years, we've supported 364 hotspots and sponsorships for our students. Again, we're going to stick with this conversation about supporting the student academically, social, emotionally, and behaviorally, just because there are so many things happening. I want to go back to my opening statements, though. We know this is not an exhaustive, all-inclusive list. We know we're going to need to continue to do more. So as you're listening to this presentation, please be thinking about that, because we all believe we need to get better. As you can see here, we are having conversations with our tribal council, supported by the Chico State President. We've invited officers from the tribal relations to come over and meet with our staff. They've presented in classrooms. We have student groups working with our alt ed students. The goal there is to have some partnerships, so when the school year starts, those students feel connected to their school site. We have students attending various conferences at Chico State. And again, just to throw some numbers at you, 815 students right now, 815 students attending after-school programs. Obviously not right now. And again, with this theme of celebrating and connecting with as many targeted student groups as we can, these are just some examples of recent, when I say recent, I say within the last school year, developments on our school campuses. We have a Black Student Union. We have the SAFE Club, Students Advocating for Equity, the LGBTQ+ and their allies, which I think is a really important consideration. And then as you can see here, multiple cultural celebrations. And many of these have been going on for a while, but I wanted to recognize the staff and students involved with them. And we're going to shift gears again. I have a couple of folks coming up to talk about our All-Star Parent program. And I'm going to invite Nancy Rodriguez Medina, Targeted Case Manager at Fairview, and Isabel Amanero, a parent graduate, to talk with us about the All-Star Parent program.
Thank you guys for having us. You might hear All-Star Parent Program, you might hear Parent University, All-Star Parent University, you might hear any number of those. It's all the same thing, so we're getting it together and figuring out a real name for it, and once we figure it out, we'll let you know too.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Isabel y soy una de las participantes del programa de Padres Estelares que se llevó a cabo este año escolar. Vengo aquí ante ustedes para hablarles un poco sobre la experiencia con el programa para padres. Aprendí que cada padre, cada ser humano, cada familia es un mundo diferente y que como padre debemos trabajar en equipos. Hay muchas mujeres que se sienten saturadas, asfixiadas con el manejo del hogar y no debería ser así. Hay que aprender a organizarnos y de esa manera, relajándonos, teniendo el apoyo de todos en el hogar. Al compartir este tipo de talleres ayudan a muchos a expresar y a aprender unos de otros. El programa para padres es un medio directo de cómo podemos crecer en la expectativa de ser mejores educadores con nuestros hijos, tomando en cuenta los diferentes ángulos y circunstancias de la vida y al mismo tiempo respetando las experiencias de cada uno y aprender de ellas. En el programa Los 40 elementos fundamentales del desarrollo, aprendí que los padres necesitan dejar atrás su pasado, aprender de él. Debemos seguir cultivando lo mejor de las enseñanzas de nuestros padres y aprender nuevas técnicas. Tenemos que animar a nuestros hijos en los diferentes ámbitos, a ser un ser humano más solidario y comunicativo, apoyándonos para que se desarrollen en sus habilidades, capacidades y animándolos a siempre a seguir adelante. Muchas gracias.
I will be translating what she just said. Hello, good evening. My name is Isabel, and I'm one of the participants in the All-Star Parent Program that took place this school year. I'm here before you guys to tell you a little bit about my experience with the parenting workshops. I learned that each home, each human being, each family is a different world, and that as parents, we must work as a team. Today, many women feel saturated and even suffocated with running a home, and it shouldn't be like that. We should learn to organize and relax because there is support. By sharing these types of workshops, they help many to express themselves and learn from each other. The program for parents is a direct means of how we can grow in the expectation of being better educators with our children, taking into account the different angles and circumstances of life, and at the same time respecting the experience of each one and learning from them. We were introduced to the 40 developmental assets in our workshops. I learned that parents need to leave their past behind and learn from it. We must continue to cultivate the best our parents' teachings while learning new techniques. We have to encourage our children in different areas to be a more supportive and communicative being while helping them discover their skills, abilities, and always encourage them to be better. Thank you.
I got to go to the graduation of the parents, and that was very cool. Very cool. All right.
I think Markel's just wondering why they didn't get any questions. Well, he's like, hey. So just to keep focusing on this idea of the whole student and trying to support the student every way we can, now we're going to start diving into the specific backpacks, things that may not seem, and these are their primary placements, understanding though that most of what we're going to talk about throughout the rest of this presentation still relates to the other backpacks, but we see these as a primary focus for them. So including Tier 1 instructional practices. We're having conversations starting with our staff on August 9th in our new teacher orientation, and on August 10th and 11th, having conversations with them about best practices, ranging from the science of reading through speaking, reading, writing, and listening across the curriculum to best practices in a block schedule, really focusing on what goes on in the classroom. And as we've said before, we are driven by our data and ensuring that our achievement data analysis includes looking at gap analysis and then goal setting. I'd like to invite Tim Karras to come up and talk about the third bullet on this slide, just because he's definitely more involved in the data process than I am. In a presentation process, at the end, there'll be a time to ask questions.
Yeah.
And also, just so you know, the whole presentation is online on the board agenda. Okay. Okay. You can have mine when we're done. Okay.
All right, regarding the honors selection process, I'm going to talk about English honors selection in particular. About 5 years ago, English DLC began examining the process for kids to be recommended into 9th grade honors. And that process at that time, prior to that time, had ranged anything from a test given at a single school in the district that students had to drive across town for or be driven across town for to take a test and test into honors. It also relied on teacher recommendation as one of the primary drivers. And the English DLC looked at those processes and immediately identified, it was a new group on DLC that year, immediately identified the inequities present in our existing processes. If the student didn't have somebody to drive them across town, That would exclude them from higher level English courses in high school. If they didn't see themselves as somebody that could perform academically at that level for whatever reason, they would exclude themselves. Teachers, as great as our teachers are, we needed more objective measures. And so the teacher recommendation piece with the new honor selection process was still a part of it, but didn't take as much of the importance as objective measures. And the objective measures that I'm talking about are assessments that the kids already took as a normal, as part of their normal school year. So writing assessments, smarter balanced assessments, reading assessments. We looked at all that data, and the way the process is right now, we look at that data and we make the recommendations. That the English DLC makes the recommendations based on objective data, taking out the student that couldn't drive across town, or that didn't see themselves as somebody that could perform at that level. And so, as a result of this process being in place for the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen the demographics shift a bit, most dramatically in the socioeconomically disadvantaged participation in the higher level honors courses. So this model, while it started at 8th grade, is now 6th through 9th grade English honors. And we'll see what our district leadership council wants to do, but there has been discussions about placement into science and social studies at the junior highs via a similar process.
I promise not to ask a question later during the official time, but specific, right to your point. How do I know, how can I be sure that you guys, the administration of this school, are not, I mean, what you said sounds great. I mean, the child not being able to have transportation across town to take the honors entrance test, that sounds perfect. I mean, it seems like you've made the perfect calculation to get rid of that, inequity. But how do I know that you guys are not dumbing down these classes to make them bigger, to just bring more people in, basically, pushing down taller people, so to speak, to just make them fit in this smaller, newer honors class that's not as good as the old one? How do I know that?
Curriculums haven't changed. Nothing's been dumbed down. Honors has stayed honors. As when we look up into the higher level courses later in high school for English, AP courses literally cannot be dumbed down. They're dictated by the college board. Their kids are taking a standardized test at the end of the course. We cannot dumb those courses down. And then, like I said before, at the lower non-AP levels, curriculum hasn't changed.
Just one last point on that. Our course proposals and our textbook adoptions come in front of you. So you'll see those, and if you have questions specifically about those, you'll see them. You'll see those come in front of you.
So it might be me dumbing it down. Not
All right, so just a couple of more focus areas here for academics. I'm going to invite Mr. Sullivan to come up here. As you can see, we're having conversations with more staff about our process for adopting novels. As novels come across our teachers' desks, and they're curious if it's something they're going to adopt. We have a broader adoption process involving more people in the conversation. We think that's important, so it's not such a myopic view of what should be read in our classrooms. And furthering this idea of more classes being available, having electives that support students who are below reading based on their STAR score, we're able to do that with additional funding. And before I turn it over to Mr. Sullivan, as most of you are aware, by 2930, we need to have an ethnic studies course as mandated, as a graduation requirement by the state of California. We need to have our graduates have met that requirement, which results in us embedding that course in the 24-25 school year. So we're having those conversations as well, what that course could look like. I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Sullivan to talk more about our universal screening for our GATE students.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Kind of following up on the AP information that Mr. Karras was sharing, we had a similar kind of experience with looking at our GATE program and requirements, who gets admitted to our GATE program. So we started looking a few years back, and we noticed that there was a pretty heavy preponderance of students coming from a few schools in Chico Unified. And during that time, it was who got assessed was referred by teacher, referred by parent, and so we saw some real inequities happening there with it. So we took a different route, and we said we're going to assess all of our third graders and give a universal screener and kind of look and see how they are doing with those things. So once we started doing that, we really started seeing who is eligible for that GATE class spread out. So I think as I'm speaking, it's on the slide up there. Now we actually have students representing every school in Chico Unified in the GATE class. So we also use some of our local indicators, but doing that universal screener really gave us a good view of who might be benefiting from that program and kind of offering it out to a lot more students as well. So we've been really happy to see that happening.
Can I just ask a really quick clarification question on that since you brought it up? I'm sorry. When students go from 5th to 6th grade and enter into 6th grade, I know that there's not, I mean, we were talking about the 9th grade students from 8th grade in English, but there was kind of this shift from GATE to honors a long time ago at this point, and then that transition. And so is there any particular translation in that, going from GATE to honors at the middle school level? Do we even have 6th grade honors anymore? You know, that kind of thing.
Let Mr. Karras or Mr. Shepard address that
Yes,
more, but it's really,
that's
it is kind of a different disconnect there with, not disconnect, but just doesn't happen quite like that.
Yeah, moving from 5th to 6th grade, there is honors, English and social studies and science in 6th grade. The incoming 6th graders go through the exact same process I just outlined for you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Karras. So again, just sticking with this theme of our academic support, we have over 800 students attending elementary summer sessions. As you can see here, we're constantly addressing the K-5 cut points for reading intervention. It was important for us to highlight the number of kids affected by that 423 students are receiving support along those lines, specific to reading. And the reason we're highlighting reading is if you can't read in our district, you can't do the math, right? You can't do the science, you can't do the social science. Once in a while, you can get away with PE. So we're just really reinforcing this need to read. As you can see here, we're focusing on students through elementary tutoring. And when we talk about K-12 environment, we're also talking about acceleration. And we're really excited to deepen conversations with specific universities in our region and strengthen our dual enrollment opportunities. And what that means is some kids who leave our schools could have as much as a full year of college accumulated transcript credit towards their BA or BS.
And we have that with Southern Oregon?
That's what we're working on. Yeah, that's what we're working on. We have a model in front of us. Durham has been very successful at a much smaller scope. We have staff who can support that concept, so we're excited about moving it forward. And as you can see, in some districts, not ours, in some districts we have ELD sections that are all shoved together. And our goal now is to divide those classes out to be sure those students' specific needs are supported. So a 0.2, just for reference for everyone in the audience, a 0.2 is 1/5 of a teacher's workload. So full-time would be 1.0.
Mr. Shepard, when we're concentrating on reading and reading interventions, do we have a process for making sure that kids get tested for dyslexia, which is, you know, one of the major reasons for reading delay?
Yes, I think you answered your question. I'm going to invite Diane Olson to come up and be specifically concrete about the process. I don't want to be chastised later for misspeaking.
And thank you, because dyslexia is a complicated conversation because there is medical diagnosis versus educational diagnosis. So any student, as they go through the SBIT team, and the recommendation is that their reading interventions need, and they might need more supports than general ed can provide in the tier 1, 2, or 3, then our psychologists can assess for processing disorders that point to a possibility of dyslexia in the educational setting. And I think that we do some other screeners too that point to dyslexia might be a cause.
Yeah, and not dyslexia specific, but in elementary as we go through, we have we call it a reading continuum. So at each grade level, there's certain really specific kind of phonics, phonemic awareness skills that kids should know, and we actually assess those kids every trimester on those core skills. And those were developed by teachers kind of saying, here's what we should be focusing on, and that's where, like Mr. Karras was talking about, Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions start coming in place for those students if they have that need level also, and we keep coming back and reassessing to make sure they've got it.
Okay, just continue to work our way down the list. At the bottom of this slide, it's not the last one. As you can see, we have 750 students currently enrolled in at least one AP class. So 750 students. When you think about it, we have 2,000 students at each high school, right? So 4,000 kids. But that number doesn't tell the whole story, because we know that most AP kids don't take just one AP class. And so shout out to Kate Ori and Mr. Karras ran some additional numbers, and on average, our AP students take 5 AP classes over the course of 4 years, and they can't take them their freshman year. So and I think there are only 3 offered their sophomore year, right? So these kids are taking an average of 5 AP classes. The reason they can do that is we continue, and you'll see it in your board packet soon, we continue to add AP course offerings to our course catalog in different departments. It's catching up. All right, and again, just focusing on interventions, we have math lab electives, we have academic support classes that really focus on that everyday work completion. In our special ed environments, we have our moderate severe classes and inclusion specialist students. They're ensuring that they're included in general education classrooms. We heard a number earlier about the number of students with an IEP in our district. It's actually, right now, 2,067. So when you think about, let's put that in context, that's a whole high school in our district. It's a whole high school worth of students with an IEP. And to support those students, we are continuing to add low-tech and high-tech communication tools to ensure those kids can participate in general ed classes, including alternative augmentative communication, so as we usually see, ACC devices. And as Mr. Karras should be proud, the results of so much of a focus on supporting students outside the core has resulted in our number of students being eligible for the Seal of Biliteracy has risen from 87 in 2014 to 153 in 2022. So it's almost double.
I also got to go to that graduation or recognition ceremony at Chico High, and it was quite impressive.
Yeah. Those students they're amazing. And when you think, going back to some of these numbers, these kids, they're also in AP classes, right? They're also studying for their exams for college entrance. All right, so we're going to shift backpacks. We have 3 or 4 more slides left, so hang in there with me. We really feel it's important to identify the staff that are supporting our students. Now, if you look at this bold number, I know it pops out at you, 34,087 contacts. What's most important to us is who they're contacting. When you look at the staff that are supporting these kids, these contacts are wellness counselors. There are other types of counselors we have on campus. We've added elementary counselors to our elementary schools. And we're excited about these continued conversations. We go all the way back to 3 slides ago and talk about an SBIT team, a student-based intervention team. It doesn't matter if we don't have counselors, right? That team won't exist without counseling support. Now, the 3rd bullet oftentimes goes overlooked because it's not a bullet that very many districts in our area can say they support. We have targeted case managers, we call them our TCMs, and one of them you heard from tonight, who have direct, sometimes every day, sometimes in person, on their home site, contact with our kids. We're not talking about people who sit in an office and wait for kids to come see them. Our TCMs may have, and I say may carefully, may have the most direct, impactful, initial influence on some of our students' lives. As you can see here, we have 5,891 contacts that have been documented. Who knows How many haven't been? How many of those took place at Thursday night market? How many of those took place on a Saturday morning walk? And that's how invested these TCMs are in their students' lives. We added counseling assistance to be sure that our social emotional counseling was available. Just a real quick story. Mr. Marchant tells it better than I do, as he does with most stories, but we were having conversations with kids, specifically Mr. Marchant and Ms. Staley. And one of the students was talking about having access to some counseling. And he's a 7th grader, and in 7th grade, 12-year-old boy words, he said, you know, I don't want to have to go sit in an office, have everyone stare at me, have 4 people ask me why I'm there. Before I got in, was able to sit down, they made me sign a clipboard, and I just need some help. And we're like, well, what would you need? He goes, I just want a button. Put a button on the Chromebook you gave me. I can press the button. It's going to tell somebody, I need some help. And I wasn't in the room, but allegedly some hands hit their foreheads, and they're like, huh, that might be something we want to do. So we have that implemented across our district, and we're pretty excited about that. At Fairview, they have a QR code posted in the rooms. Marsh has a QR code, and so kids with phones can access that. They can access it with other cameras as well. And last bullet here, as you can see, we're continuing to develop wellness centers on our campuses. We talked about celebrating cultures, and sometimes that can be a really nebulous, vague reference. So if anybody's interested, check out the Marsh website. You'll see an opportunity for students that they can learn about all various different cultures and participate in cultural activities from their Chromebook. We have counseling pages linked to virtual counseling offices so students can meet with people virtually if they're in a crisis situation. We've talked a little bit about the SEL curriculum. We're going to talk about suicide prevention in a second. And having partnerships with our community organizations is critical to our success. We often hear the phrase, you know, organizations need to stay in their lane. Well, lane lines have changed. Lane lines have, we need to continue to have conversations about engaging with our community partners such as Stonewall Alliance. We wanted to throw this little one in here across the district. Kids who can't afford a yearbook, we make sure they get a yearbook. Whatever needs to happen, we make sure that happens. InterExplore was referenced simply because it's an opportunity for staff to engage with students, sometimes proactively, actually most of the time, proactively to ensure that they have conversations about self-awareness and self-regulation. And I think we can all agree, when we look at this last main bullet that has 3 underneath it, that the data we continue to receive makes it crystal clear across the nation that suicide rates amongst youth have risen. And we've been affected by that locally. So we felt it was important that the community and the board and anyone listening to this understands that we do have opportunities. Care Solace is a fantastic design for referrals to our mental health service partners in the district, or excuse me, in the community. Ensuring that we have SEL, social emotional learning opportunities for not just our counseling staff, but also for our whole staff. All right, and the last backpack. Now you'll notice that we went from 5 slides to 3 slides, now to 1 slide, knowing that the other 8 slides and the other 8 backpacks have a direct effect on behavior. Direct effect. If kids don't feel they're supported in their classes, if they don't feel like they can read, they're going to behave, sometimes inappropriately. But we did want to specifically reference some of the behavioral supports for our students. And we have contracts with certified behavior analysts. It's not something that's done in every district. We're really excited about continuing the conversation of a positive behavior intervention system. So we're not just talking about suspending and expelling, or even detention, or even classroom recess detention, suspension, expelling. We're talking about offering other supports to be sure kids are staying in school. We do want to keep in every slide, or at least almost every slide, refer back to the data. If we don't disaggregate our data specifically by student group, we're not going to be able to take any action. And so we need to continue to do that. We're excited about our middle school athletic program. this year. We, in previous years, I don't even know how far back this has gone, we really only had a cross-country element to being supported by Chico Unified as a specific sport. We really did not have a middle school sport program. However, the decision was made to support cross-country coaches in a cross-country fall season. We had some support from the school district for our winter basketball season, and really excitedly, the numbers are just unbelievably remarkable. The number of kids that played soccer for us this year. Amazingly, we had many more kids playing soccer, not just because of the size of the team, but the ratio of kids and the demographics represented by the kids in our soccer program. So we're really focused on continuing that. I bragged on Malcolm J. McLemore earlier, but he has other hats, and he was willing to spend some time with one of our school site staff having conversations about elements in our community, direct elements in our community that may or may not support students. So he was able to specifically identify some behaviors for adults. And a focus next year of our professional development is on restorative practices, specifically to support behavior. And when we talk about restorative practice, we're talking about what happened the day before to that student, what happened before that student came to school, what happened while that student was in the hallway that led to the behavior. And what do we need to do to work with that student to ensure that whatever has happened, we take into account, we don't disregard, and we start to restore that student, because we know that student can succeed. So we feel as a team that if we were sitting up there or watching on camera, you would want to know what we're going to do next. So I'm going to walk you through some ideas that we have. You'll see later in the agenda a conversation about a board policy, educational excellence for every student. That policy was developed with input from our district leadership council members, which represents our math, English, counseling, and science teachers in our district. We had, and elementary, thank you. We had multi-tiered system of support leads, so every campus had a lead, so we had input from them, and these are different people in some cases, actually in most cases, and also from our equity leads. So we had many eyes on this board policy. You'll have a conversation about that later. Now, in addition to that, I'm going to ask Ms. Keene to come up and talk a little bit about the next step related to that educational excellence for every student board policy.
Sure. After a board policy comes an administrative regulation. And while a board policy tells us the what of what we're looking at, the administrative regulation describes the how. So we work at a grant-funded team called the NorCal ELC. I think it's Educational Leadership Consortium. Thank you. And we actually just finished our second year with that, with a group that I've been working with, and then starting our third year cohort, which I'll be leading with a group of variety of our folks across the district to work on the how as they fit with the pieces of the board policy coming your way. So it's an exciting opportunity to work with a lot of people from a lot of diverse backgrounds, and looking forward to it.
A couple of these we've already referred to, such as having a deeper conversation with our counseling staff about exactly what that SBIT team is going to look like and what the process will look like. We understand that we need to deepen the conversation about our Tier 2 and 3. And again, talking education-ese, right? Tier 1 is in the classroom. Simplest way to explain it. Tier 2 and 3 could be in the classroom, could be outside the classroom, support for students. So deepening that conversation. I'm not doing it complete justice, but just for simplicity for tonight. I would like our tech guru to click on the Equity Alliance folder. This is a recently publicized gathering of information to help us, and if you wouldn't mind scrolling down. I'm just going to need to coach you from here. We've had this conversation in this district and at the board level when we talk about equality versus equity. So I'm not going to get deeply into that. If you could scroll down a little bit further, you'll see when we talk about our Equity Alliance conversations, keep going down, please, down to right there. So we have conversations at the district level that are specific to data, disaggregated data coming out to help us inform our LCAP. If you scroll down a little bit further to the site level, going back to one of the bullet points that we had earlier, the sites have conversations about what can influence their single plan for student achievement, the SIPSA. And it's an important distinction between the two plans, Ms. Keene, the two plans that guide what goes on in our school sites. So if you think about the district LCAP, which we're going to talk more about later tonight, and the SIPSA ensuring that our multi-tier system of support is in place, well, then it becomes, well, what really happens on the school sites? If I were listening to this tonight, I'd want to know. So if you could scroll down a little bit further, and every school site, that would be really small font, there you go. Every school site is represented here. Every school site has identified the staff on their campus who are involved in this Equity Alliance. They've identified specific to the school sites what they want to do. Some school sites have taken steps. Some school sites are still gathering data to take steps. And we think that autonomy, school site autonomy, is important for the leadership group, the teacher-led leadership group on those campuses. So if you wouldn't mind clicking on, let's start with McManus. I didn't say this earlier. The process for these documents was initiated over 18 months ago. So you can quickly scroll through this for me, just not too quickly. I don't want to get sick. But we've got a list of members, starting with the lead. And if you just keep scrolling down, you can go through all the different representation. It's really important that we have representation on these teams. This particular school was able to form a different acronym for their team. They call it the School Equity Accountability Team. The power in that acronym is everyone has a seat at the table, so I thought that was pretty cool. And then you can see how they are initiating some of their action. So again, these documents are public for people to peruse. If you could back out and go to Chico Junior, just as one more example. So I really want to demonstrate to all of you that they're not all the same. Actually, I'm sorry, go to Bidwell. And then we'll go to Chico Junior. The reason we highlighted these, specifically Bidwell, is even the structure of this page is a little bit different. So if you could stay there, for Bidwell, they placed their statement of purpose at the top. They didn't have it below the leads. And then they go into their goals. If you could scroll down a little bit. Yeah, keep going. And then we get to the list of members. What's nice about this one as well is you've got contact information for any of these members if you're interested in contacting them. If you could just keep going down. Yeah. And then specifically, they not only identified their goals, but they also built in some steps they've taken and some steps they need to take. All right, let's go back out. Actually, I'm not going to go over Chico Junior. It's pretty similar. So go back out to the main slide. We wanted to be sure people were aware of this as we have conversations about our multi-tiered system of support in the district.
So John, could somebody access this on the district website, or do they need to go to the school website?
Both.
Okay.
Both. Well, actually, they can access it tonight on the agenda, and then the school sites have them, and we'll work on the district link.
Okay, good.
And then lastly, we think it's important that we continue to reach out to our community partners, and as we hear often, one of the largest community partners is right here in our backyard, conversations with Chico State, specifically about curriculum and instruction and staff recruitment, and continuing to keep those doors open We have multiple staff who work for both organizations, and ensuring that the conversations continue. As incredibly difficult as it is for all of us to embrace all the different ideas going on in this community, regardless of what goes on, we need to be sure we communicate. So Chico State is there for us. And that's our presentation.
Great, thank you. So the gentleman did you also want to make a comment? You are on the list? Oh, under Lcap. Okay, all right. I just wasn't sure. Yeah, okay. So under the MTSS, I do have Julie Treat. And again, please listen to the bell when you're at 30 seconds and then when you're done.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I agree. The presentations are hard to print out. They're color and you can't print them out, and it's hard to look online. So I would be grateful if we could get copies of it. I'll give you my credit card. I told Eric, I'll give you my credit card. So, you know, there's so many things in this presentation. I stand corrected, over 2,000 students on IEPs. This is insane. That was like 3 months ago. So, you know, mental health, I'm hoping that that's built in here everywhere. I mean, you had Grace Stoney commit suicide in November of 2020, and her mom had to, you know, come to you guys at the school board meeting and kind of beg for help, and because nobody's acknowledging it, nobody's talking to her, nobody's talking about it. And that's a year ago, so I'm hoping that's been resolved. But, you know, you just made a comment about, you know, the lanes, you know, everybody wants to stay in their lanes originally. Organizations want to stay in their lanes, and now the lanes, and I was like, yeah, well, yeah, these lanes are getting blurred, completely blurred. I did not hear one comment about parents. I'm like, there's one lane that's completely solid. Parents and their kids, parents. The parents' lanes are solid. And you guys keep crossing into their lane in so many different ways, and it's disrupting the whole process of parenting the kids. And I'll give you an example. So, you know, the button that somebody mentioned about on the laptops, on the Chromebooks, I love that because, you know, again, it's when I know going in to get some mental health effort, you've got all the places you've got to call and try to get help, and there's nobody there, and you're on the phone calling for help and on hold. So I like the button idea. But do parents get information on if their child's pushing the button? And I mean, I know the assumption's probably, well, it's probably the parents' fault that led them to some mental health breakdown, but no, I mean, are they getting information on when children are pushing the buttons? Are you guys getting reports on how many times children are pushing buttons by school or by teacher? Or, I mean, there's got to be information on that, pushing the buttons. You know, I've got a parent, I mean, their kid feels very uncomfortable when social emotional counselors walk in on a Tuesday. Every Tuesday she starts having an anxiety attack because they're forcing conversations about behavior. Well, how did you react? Well, how did you behave? Well, what about this? What about that? She has those conversations with her parents. She doesn't want to have it at school. So I know that I feel like we're overcorrecting constantly. We're overcorrecting over this way. And I mean, it's just creating 2,000 kids on these in behavior problems. So, I mean, Scott Kennelly runs a big, good, you know, behavioral health department. I'm just struggling here. Equity Alliance, I mean, and Stonewall Alliance, those aren't organizations I don't necessarily want aligned with my kids in this school district. So I think we just need to be careful what we're throwing out here. Thank you. Perfect timing.
30 seconds.
All right, is there a question or a comment from the school board?
I have a question. Is there any change taking place in the Equity Alliance structure from last year versus going forward?
Yes. So we have now moved to the multi-tiered systems of support, and so that is the umbrella of which the supports will fall under that. So instead of having site-specific equity leads at every single school site, that will be under the MTSS umbrella. So that's the structure for those conversations to take place.
So there will not be an equity lead at every school site?
There will be an MTSS lead at every school site, and part of those conversations for the MTSS lead will be equity.
Thank you.
I have a related question. And so in the presentation, there was a bullet, I should have wrote down which slide it was on, but it listed those MTSS teams and how there was MTSS leads and equity leads, and I forget what the third part was. But my question was about the MTSS leads in the last year when we had equity leads. They were sometimes the same person and sometimes different people. Okay, and then MTSS leads, can you remind me if that we had implemented that just this last year, or if that had been something that we'd implemented earlier? Sorry, I'm trying to get just the timeline on those two separate things.
Right. I implemented this past year, yes. When we received quite a bit of ESSER funding, we were able to bring those on to the sites, yes.
And then, so speaking of the funding, that was the second half of this question. The funding for MTSS leads and the funding for equity leads weren't necessarily the same. And there was, I think, a limitation to some of the funding, and that's why there's a change in that structure?
Correct. The Equity Alliance was a stipend for $2,000 per person, where the MTSS lead was a 0.2 FTE. So for secondary, that was a one class period, and for elementary, it was a day.
Okay. So the equity leads were really focused on that equity part, whereas MTSS is like all three backpacks.
Correct.
In your terms.
And they do work together because the worlds do collide, yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else on the board?
Just an appreciation for the way the report was organized and how it followed through, with enabling me, at least, to understand where we are, where we're headed, and how we're going to measure when we get there.
And I just want to wrap this up by saying we shared a lot of information tonight, and undoubtedly we left things out, not intentionally, but that's, when you have 21 different school sites, there are things going on that you don't focus on. But by no means is this the end. We're in education, and education is about learning and growing. And so we have to keep learning and growing, and we need to things will change, and there'll be things that we find out that maybe we did well this year, but next year something happens in the community, as we've already seen happen. And, we need to address that. It is a continual progress of learning and taking action and growth and reassessing. It's a big circle, and it doesn't stop. So I don't want anybody to think, oh, that's what they're doing, end of story. No, we welcome input, and we want to continue to get better.
All right. I saw a hand raised, but I have to remind you, we are only on the first item, literally the first item under discussion action, and it's already a 7:45, and we still have 3 more to go in business services and human resources, and then board agenda items. So if you didn't get your name on the question thing, which was supposed to be submitted by noon, and that's to make it fair to everyone, I really encourage you to reach out to either Mr. Shepherd or Ms. Keene with your question. You can reach them by their email. You may even approach them. But at this point, I'm going to suggest a, 10-minute or 5-minute break?
I'm good with 5 minutes, so that was my question. was
Okay,
just allow us
5-minute
to
break.
stand up and stretch.
Yeah, a 5-minute break. So we'll be back here at 7:50, excuse me. We're ready to resume. Thank you. Our next topic is item 8.2, the draft 2022 to 23 Local Control Accountability Plan, the Lcap. Thank you. We got 3, so.
All righty, we are going to start with the Local Control and Accountability Plan. Tonight is the public hearing. According to California statute, we have 2 meetings in which Local Control and Accountability Plan is heard. One is a public hearing, and then next week on the 29th, we'll follow up with board action. As a reminder, the Local Control and Accountability Plan, or what we call the LCAP, is our strategic plan describing how district funds will be utilized from California's local control funding formula, another acronym, the LCFF, to improve outcomes for all students. The LCAP, ours and every school district's, is based on the California state priorities. There are 8 of them. These priorities, and the priority meaning nothing that is put in order of importance. Priority here means things that have to be included in the LCAP. That's a common question I get, but there is not one that is above another in their mind or eyes, but they are the identified things, priorities, that guide the goals, actions, and services that each district's LCAP plan has to have. So included in our documents tonight is the budget overview for parents, the supplement to the 21-22 LCAP, and that actually came to the board in March, early spring, not for board action, but the California state said you have to bring kind of an update to your board, but it will be included for approval with the LCAP in June, so that is included. And then we have the actual LCAP, and I say, we write in here, it's the 2021 to 2024 LCAP. Again, that is state design that the LCAP is written and looked at as a 3-year document. As a reminder, and we talked a little bit about this before, the goal number 1 rests in the MTSS framework, and that is to provide academic instruction and tiered interventions to ensure student learning and high achievement for each and every student. You can see in there the priorities that meets. Goal number 2 is to provide social emotional learning, supports, and interventions to promote healthier student attitudes about themselves and others. And goal number 3 is to provide behavioral instruction and supports as a proactive approach to creating a safe, positive climate and school culture. This is a snapshot of budget pieces. The LCAP has goals. It's easy to remember it in 3 parts: the goals, the actions, and the money associated with those actions. So we work very closely with our fiscal department throughout these last few months to make sure that we have estimates that are in play for next year, and then we also look back at our actuals, what was spent on the past year. This document is big and cumbersome. You know, I've been with you for a couple of years here looking at these LCAPs, and they are not by design of Chico Unified, I can assure you of that. The state of California designs the template that we are required to follow. And if you can see, this one is actually a mere 108 pages. In the past, they have gone up to the 130-ish pages or even higher than that. So we know that it's very difficult to read. We know it's a lot. We know that even for people who are in education every day, it's a lot to look at. So what we've done is we have created at a glance our LCAP. And I don't know, can you click on that, please? This is a two-sided, very condensed version of the LCAP from 21. Again, designed for at a glance. It does live on our website. I encourage people to look at it. It encompasses everything. If you can scroll down there for me, you can just see everything that's in the LCAP has a snapshot there on this condensed version. We do also have it in Spanish on the website, and upon approval of this year's LCAP, we will make any refinements that need to be placed on this and update it for folks, because it's just a lot easier to read.
I'm sorry, can you, is this slide in our presentations that has the link to the LCAP at a glance?
It should be. If you go back to right there to click on that, was it on there? Oh, yeah, oh, you just did it. Well, yes.
No, but I'm not finding it unless I'm just really behind in the slides. Oh, it's on slide 9. Okay, I was just a little
I'm
behind.
sorry.
I know,
Okay.
yeah, sorry.
Okay,
My bad.
good. Again, it will be updated yearly to reflect the most current LCAP. All right, Tim, I'm going to hand it to you.
Okay, as you're well aware, the LCAP is a long and cumbersome document, 108 pages this year, which is we see as a move in the right direction towards a little shorter document. But the next part of the presentation is a summary of what is in the LCAP, what the LCAP calls for. I want to make sure that everybody understands that not everything Chico Unified does is in the LCAP, as we have other funding sources, particularly grants, including Title I, Title II, the federal title grants that fund services outside of the LCAP. So this is not all-inclusive. But Goal 1, I'm just going to take you through fairly quickly. Goal 1 is about academics. So that includes reviewing teaching credentials, purchasing materials, including textbooks and educational software, purchasing devices for transitional kindergarten, as we have built out that program over the last few years. It includes facilities maintenance, and also the District Leadership Council. And that is the teacher leadership group that is crucial for us for advising on assessment decisions and for advising on professional development. And the last bullet there is regarding response to intervention, and that is yet another educationese term that simply means the academic bucket of MTSS. Goal 1 also includes aids to support bilingual students and families, tech aids, all-day kindergarten aids. The LCAP also allows for after-school homework support at both elementary and secondary sites. It calls for staff development, including the August teacher training day, which we have coming up here in a couple months, as well as professional development throughout the year. Again, District Leadership Council members are paid for via LCAP funds, as well as teachers on special assignment supporting various areas, including English language development, data analysis, and ed tech support. And also included here are art, music, and PE activities at the elementary level. So this is the funding that we use to pay our teachers in those areas to come into elementary classrooms and deliver those services. Also included in Goal 1 are our librarians and library media assistants. Secondary counselors implementing college and career plans are included in the LCAP. What's not included in the LCAP is the significant amount of new counselors funded out of ESSER funds that you're very well aware of, that we've added over the last couple of years. We also offer medically necessary and off-campus instruction for those students that are unable to attend school.
Is that primarily our quarantine kids? Okay.
I'm not sure.
Primarily, it's students that have medical needs that might be short-term or long-term. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And then, of course, we offer our online options at Oak Ridge Academy and the Panther and Viking Academies at our 2 comprehensive high schools. Getting into the funding here, I'm not going to read each action again about where this money goes for, but everything that I just mentioned previous is documented here with the current estimate for the 22-23 cost. And as we go through goal 1, you'll see it is by far the meatiest of all 3 goals. This is the academic side of what we do, and so that makes sense for us. That's our end goal. We need to support kids' social, emotional well-being and their behavior to ensure they're able to access academics and achieve to their fullest. Any questions or comments on goal 1?
I have a question. Is the facilities maintenance, that $5 million, is that our 3% mandated?
Yes. The document that Tina showed, that this gentleman held up, we thought it would be jumping the... It will change, and it will be updated. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, just to clarify, the targeted student groups are identified by the state, so it's state-driven. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Any further questions on goal 1? Okay. Goal 2, this is social emotional learning. Providing professional development opportunities in trauma-informed practices, social emotional learning, and mindfulness. And just a sidebar, as we go through these, you'll notice a lot of similarities to the last presentation. And so this is the plan of how we're going to implement a lot of the stuff we just talked about. Other social emotional counseling support services include elementary guidance aides, counselors, elementary counselors, RNs, LVNs, health aides, et cetera, et cetera. We have, again, supplemented this side of things greatly with ESSER funding. And the TCMs were, going back to our first LCAP ever, were one of the first social emotional kind of actions that Chico Unified took, and they remain an important part of our district and our LCAP. So you can see the funding here for our both RNs and LVN, and health aides, and our counseling staff, and our targeted case managers. Any questions? Yes.
How long have we had the targeted case managers?
Since before I came into the district in 11-12.
Yeah, I'm going to say they've been here well over 20 years. However, they have been expanded to be at all school sites now.
Okay, so it's at every level?
Yes.
Okay, and then as far as the funding goes, are all of them, and I feel like we've already talked about this tonight, are all of them LCAP funded, or are there some that are also funded from other sources, or is it a combination?
Each site gets a LCAP funded one, and some sites, I think it's maybe 2 or 3 or 4, supplement the hours the district pays for to have the targeted case manager on campus longer.
Are they, so they're not all full-time?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
One more. The professional development you talked about in trauma-informed practices, social emotional learning for the staff, do we have any method in place for tracking or even measuring in any way whether those are then used, or whether classroom instruction changes or whether those are effective at all?
The measures that we have in place are listed in the LCAP, and those would include student social emotional surveys, discipline data around suspension and expulsion, attendance data. Social emotional well-being touches everything.
Thank you.
Okay. Goal 3. And just like Mr. Shepherd mentioned, as we get down to Goal 3, behavior, the list gets shorter. Everything above this, meaning academic and social emotional services, affects student behavior. So this is just the very, very specific services that we provide, including district alternative ed options and coaching for our athletic programs to promote a positive school culture. We made great strides in our middle school athletics in particular over the past year. And then, of course, our campus supervisors on sites to monitor what's going on and provide a safe climate. And the funds used to pay for these services are given here.
I've had feedback about the greater need for campus supervisors. Do we have them evenly dispersed, or are they more at the secondary level?
Elementary hires their own, and I'm going to let Mr. Shepherd touch on that for secondary.
Thank you. And just in reference to funding supports, while this specific LCAP funding definitely supports campus supervisors, school sites also have other funds to support additional staff. And so while this is specific to LCAP, they've got other allocations that they can utilize to, if they need additional hours. And we do share campus supervisors, so a couple of principals can get together and decide, you know what, we want to increase supervision, and we'll share someone from site to site.
I can add one more thing. This last year in particular, coming back full day in person with all students, staff was able to hire from some COVID money, some of the ESSER money, additional supervision, just to ensure as everybody was coming back and getting back into the routine of things that there were lots of folks around.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions on Goal 3?
Just a quick clarification. You mentioned continued support for alternative ed programs. And I know we do a lot in alternative ed. Can you be a little more specific about, or can someone, about what exactly we're doing to support those programs?
With LCAP funding?
With LCAP funding, yeah.
So that money primarily goes to our opportunity class at the elementary level, which is a classroom really built on restorative practice as an alternative to suspension, and as well as some of the counseling that comes through to Fairview and the alternative education sites there.
Thanks.
Okay, before I go on to next steps, I just want to send out a few thank yous to folks that aren't here. This is a massive project every year. We get started really in January, and we don't end till next Wednesday. And a lot goes into it. So I wanted to thank Physical Services, Sharice Bromley and Jacqueline Kruger, for their part in the financial piece of this. Of course, Tina. Of course. And my data team, Jen McCall, Kate Ori, and Carol Sylvester. You'll see as you read the document is very data rich, and it really does drive, the data really does drive what we're doing. So it's important we have timely data and accurate data. So that's the team that primarily supports the data, and they do a great job. So also, next steps. The draft of the LCAP will be posted on the Chico Unified webpage.
I think it is.
And it already is. And so the public comment period for the LCAP is today until next Wednesday, and we will answer any public comments or questions in a timely manner that anybody submits there. And then the final adoption will be next week.
So tonight, this is an information only item, and then it will come back next week for action.
I have one speaker, Brad Brashears.
You might want to just go ahead and open the public hearing on
okay,
that. and
sorry. All right.
Brad finally gets to go.
Open it for public questions or comments. Are you Brad?
Yes, ma'am.
We finally know what your name is,
Yes, ma'am. I
okay.
apologize for all the interruptions. I'm new to this.
All right, so Brad, remember that he'll be timing you and giving you an alert.
Okay, well, give me a couple minutes to warm up there. I'm just kidding. So thank you very much. Thank you, folks. Appreciate what you do, and thank you for putting your time in and being up there. Anyhow, I did have one direction I was going to go, and it did kind of change based on Mr. Shepard's comments, and I appreciate that. I'm going to steal your idea. I'm here based on that pretty printout from the website, ma'am. Because if you go up the list from the bottom, students with disabilities, homeless, free and reduced meals, foster youth, English learners, and then you have African American. So you have a group there that's based on race. So anyway, I'm gonna tell a story now based on Mr. Shepard's about backpacks, okay? I wasn't gonna bring up the veteran thing. I only do it at Lowe's and Home Depot or get a 10% discount. But when I was going through the Army Special Forces qualification course, okay, we have been out for a couple days in everything. Snakes, mud, everything, North Carolina. Probably a couple of you guys have been there. It was cold, it was December. And we thought we were done. And I had a cadre, it became my favorite cadre. And we have these big, heavy rucksacks, 100 pounds. And he said, get your rucksack off. And then he said, get your kit off. And then next thing you know, we were down to our drawers. And we're out there and it's like 10 degrees. And his point was, you live out of your backpack, you fight out of your kit, and you survive out of your pockets. Well, without your pockets, what do you have next to you? Well, I had guys of all kinds of different races, all kinds of different skin color. And that brought us down to that level, that doesn't matter. We're all just who we are. And so I hear a lot about this student and helping this student. We want to help this student and this student. That's the way it should be. They're all just students. And that's the reason I'm here as a concerned citizen, concerned father, born and raised in Chico, did a little time out of Chico in the Army. But that's the reason I'm here. I don't understand. I get the idea overall, I guess, to help different groups, but is that really what we're trying to teach our students? My boys never even knew that there was a difference really in skin color until one of them had an English teacher that brought it up when Georgia voted for their voting rights bill. And that's my point. This probably falls on deaf ears to the majority of people here and the folks watching, but I just had to tell the story and just point out that, hey, this is a slippery slope. I appreciate what you brought up, Mr. Tennis, and that's why I voted for you, by the way. So did my wife. That where do we go from here? Are we going to lower standards? Are we going to do what Oregon did, where there's not even a base or a bottom line to graduate high school? Or are we going to do what they are doing in the Bay Area, where now math is racist? I mean, how far do we go with this? We're losing sight of that we're all just Americans and we're all just people. And I thought we were doing a really good job of that for a long time. I grew up here in the 90s and never knew the difference. And so, thank you. Well, good timing. I can tell a joke. Thank you very much for what you do. I appreciate it. Thanks for hearing me out. I just had to make it. You folks, what I understand is, the state is pushing this on you folks, and I get that. You're getting orders from higher level, and you got to do what you got to do. You got to make your death by PowerPoints. You got to, do what you can do. But what I understand too is that the local school districts get to make their own decisions about how that money is dispersed. And if we're dispersing it based on skin color, are we really? Is that what we want to do? Is that who we want to be? Thank you.
The context of the state categories are that those groups are identified as needing support. That's the context.
Based on skin color?
Based on all those categories.
I understand that, ma'am, but one of them is based on skin color, ethnicity.
Yes.
There's a lot of ethnicities and skin colors in the United States of America.
And if students from one ethnicity repeatedly have lower scores on average or struggle more in a specific area, we want to support those students.
Okay.
So we're identifying which students need support. That's all.
Okay. So by that, does that mean that, what does that mean exactly? Tell me. So I see all this strategic planning that you put on these PowerPoints. I don't see any real tactical stuff. Are you going into the homes of these certain folks and helping them to do their homework at night? And I mean, is this just in the school classroom? You understand what I'm saying? There's more to this than just what you can do in school. You can throw a bunch of money at schools or a group, is that really going to do anything? And my point is, again, how do you explain that to the other students? We teach all of our children to be colorblind, but then you're basically, it's do what I say, not what I do. You may not see it that way. I can see by the expression on my face. That's why I'm standing up here today. I can put myself out here and bring it up. No one else will bring up this, right? No one else here has brought this up. Am I the only person that's going to bring up the fact that we're putting people into groups based on their ethnicity?
I think maybe I can add some clarity here. So the groups where we have to track the data, those groups are given to us by the state.
Absolutely.
But our approach is that we provide supports to every student and the support that they need. So that may be a student of color that needs language support. There may be another student that is a Caucasian student that needs social emotional support. It's not based on the color of the student necessarily. It is based on what the student needs. We have students of all races, colors, sizes, shapes that are extremely successful, and they may not need additional supports.
And that sounds
But we have
awesome.
other students that do need that support, and we just want to make sure that regardless of who that student is, they get the support that they need to be successful.
And that's awesome. But when you have 2% of a budget going to one student group of a certain ethnicity, doesn't that take money out of the pot for any other student of any other ethnicity group that could potentially need that help and that money?
Can I say something since he's taken way too, a lot of time? Can I say some time?
Excuse me, I don't know if you have,
Would that be
with
okay?
your mask, I'm not sure if.
Actually, I would like to make a point of order that we are in a public comment session where it's 3 minutes limitation, and this is not personal. Yeah.
No, that's okay. I agree. I rambled, but I just, somebody has to say it. I mean, how far are we going to go? Put
And,
people in
there
groups?
is a lot more context to it, and I know several people in this room would be happy to give that context when we have the right platform for that, and having a conversation after the meeting would be great, or a few folks out here I'm sure would like to, and it doesn't mean that the goal wouldn't necessarily be to change your mind, but just to understand what the context is about what you're asking, because, I mean, those are important questions, and it's good for our folks to know the. Sure. Right. We hear you.
Okay.
Thank
We
you.
have 3 minutes for the next speaker. That's going to be you.
The deal is that we have disparities in this country, right? Disparities academically, health-wise, for African-American people and Hispanic people compared to white people. And so we need more resources, and we need a structure where there isn't racism happening at the structural level. So my point, I think we need to be doing more. So trans kids, they commit 40% suicide rate, right? 40%. That's way higher than kids who are cisgender, right? And so we need additional support. We need not only just support for the individual student, but we need to make sure that their environment is safe for them, that they're not being harassed, right? That by other kids or teachers or community members, we need to protect them. And so I think we need to go even further, which is to more training, more whatever we need to do so that we don't have people saying that I don't see color and that, trans kids don't deserve extra resources, because they do. They're at risk. They're at risk of suicide, right? And the same with African American students and girls, et cetera, right? So I think that we need to do more, because we can have counseling. Counseling is great. I love counseling. It's wonderful. And at the end of the day, if that kid is being harassed at school, they can go to counseling and talk about it, and then they come back out and they're being harassed, right? So we need to have an environment where all the teachers understand how to deal with these situations. We need to have an environment where those students aren't being harassed because of their skin color or their sexual orientation or their gender or whatever it is, or the fact that they speak Spanish as their first native language, right? And so this isn't about, ideally, yes, we wouldn't see color because, of course, every person's a human being, but that's not the reality of the systems that our students are existing in. The systems that our students are existing in are racist, right? Are sexist, are heterosexist. And so our students need to have further support beyond the individual level. Like, I think it's great we're starting there, but we need bigger system change. We need more training so that they're swimming in an environment where they are not only safe, but appreciated, validated, and respected. And that is not what is happening right now. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
All right. Thank you. Okay. All right.
All right, but this is not a town hall, please.
Yeah,
Thank you. We have
it's
another
not.
speaker ready to go.
All right, so a speaker again. 3 minutes.
I agree with what you said about that not mattering. It shouldn't matter skin color, you know. And I think we're all a product of our environments. We all grew up in different places, and unfortunately, Hispanics or blacks, they grew up a little bit different. And if you can see that in their academic scores, and that certain demographics are scoring lower, maybe because of their environment, right? Not access to internet. You know, we saw a bunch of things like that, that maybe a certain amount of dollars should be allocated to addressing that. But I get, right.
Guys, this isn't a debate.
Right. No, I'm just, but I do agree with what you said. You know, you serve this country, and thank you for that. You know, and it shouldn't matter, right? Because we're all here, we're all citizens of the United States, and this is a great country, you know. So with that, I wanted to thank you all for itemizing the equity agenda at the last meeting. You know, in my gratitude for doing something like that, I wanted to thank the 3 board members who voted for it, but especially Tom. In a sign of appreciation for doing something like that, just to have a simple discussion and give it a little bit more time, you know, I came across an item that I acquired to gift to you, especially to you. I figured it needed to go back to who it belongs to. Here's a field meet trophy from 1907 for Chico High School.
Wow.
I came across it, and I thought of you 3, especially you, Tom, and I acquired it to give it back to its rightful owners. So I will leave this here, and I want to say thank you.
That is very
Thank you
special.
for your kind words.
Thank you.
Very nice. Wow.
I kind of want to know the story about where that came from.
Well, okay, so is there anyone else in the audience that wanted to make a comment on the LCAP? Again, there's no action today. The action is next week. But you can put comments in, so they will be part of the record. All right? Go ahead.
Would it be an appropriate time for me to make a brief comment relative to our speakers?
Okay, what?
I just want to say that thank you for the civility of your remarks. And I also want to validate Mr. Bashir's some of what you said. There are, let's make no mistake and not beat around the bush, there's a big ideological clash going on up here on these last 2 agenda items. No doubt about it. One school of thought, I think, approach to this LCAP thing is what it frankly used to be, in my opinion, which was a more meat and potatoes sort of approach to how should you set up a school district to accomplish the goals that we all have in common, like a high-quality education and stuff like that. Over the last 2 or 3 years, it has taken a different form on, and LCAP is becoming, or has become, a conduit for a lot of these more political statements and issues. And so I think that you're putting your finger on some of that.
Right. So, Eileen?
When is it appropriate for board comment?
I'm sorry, what?
When is it appropriate for board comment? And I wanted to go to one of the pages in the LCAP and look at some language. to suggest that we change something before next week? Where are we?
We are not in action on this.
If there are, I mean, that is part of the process, is that if there are recommended changes from the board, then staff would need to know that tonight, so that we can make those changes and bring that back for our next meeting.
So,
So may I make a point of order? I'm sorry.
Yes.
We are still in the public hearing at this point.
We need to close the public
Unless we
hearing.
have any other speakers. we can
okay,
close it.
sorry. Okay, public hearing is closed. All right, where is it that you recommended?
Well, I'd like to make a comment about how the LCAP and the priorities that are addressed for us to address came about. You know, we go back a lot of years with public education. And in the 70s, we were looking at some different ways to teach math or teach science. When it moved into 80s and 90s, some of what the statistics and things that were coming before us indicated were that there were people falling through the cracks with public education. They looked at the statistics on how many people that were incarcerated could read above the 3rd grade level, how many people finished school and why, what was the socioeconomic background and status of the students that were not being successful. And all of that information was brought to the surface through California, the State Department of Education, and other reports, and it was clear that unless we targeted the people that needed more help and, you know, floated the boat with everybody in it rather than leaving people behind, we would never get out of this cycle of people that couldn't support themselves because of lack of education or, you know, any number of things. So that was where the targeted student groups came from. It was the statistics on who was not being successful in public education. And it was clear from the statistics that it was, in fact, people of color, people that were on the lower end of the socioeconomic strata, students with developmental needs, needing special education that was not being properly met. And that unless we plugged those holes and brought everybody up at the same time, society was not going to be mended. We were going to have people falling through the cracks and ending up in our jails or ending up dead because of all of the things that come with a lack of education. So that's where this came from. When the state passed the local control accountability plan, was to give the districts money that they would target the kids that needed more help. And it just so happens that the kids that needed more help are the groups that are identified. And so that's where we are, why we are, where we are, and I absolutely support what we are doing. I don't want to see more of our kids ending up incarcerated. I don't want to see more of our kids not able to support themselves in the labor market or choose careers that are fulfilling. I want to make sure that with our MTSS program designed to help every student, wherever they are, with whatever they need, so that we all get well, that's my goal. Page 48 is where I have,
I'm sorry.
it's on page 48. On page 48, On 1.10, CUSD will provide professional development throughout the year in the following areas, but not limited to: California standards, English language development, instructional development, co-teaching models, and best instructional practices. Other professional development may include trauma-informed practice, social-emotional, and mindfulness, and implicit bias. I suggest that we change the may to will. Everything that we've reviewed tonight includes trauma-informed practices, social-emotional learning, mindfulness, and implicit bias awareness. So I do not agree with the word may. I believe it should be the word will include for our professional development.
So are you making that as a motion?
She can't,
Yes.
there's not an action item, right?
If we are going to change it before next week, this doesn't approve the whole thing, but it would make a word change. If we don't do it tonight, when are we going to do it?
I mean, it just seems like, from a parliamentarian standpoint, I mean, I don't know, if it's not listed as an action item on the agenda, I don't know if you can do that. Not that I really care all that much, you know, but.
Well, I'm looking at Kelly for,
Is there a fiscal implication of adding that as a requirement? Is there something else then that people wouldn't get to participate in if we mandated that one?
I don't think so. I mean, we have limited amounts of staff development time. That is true. But if that's the priority of the board, then that's the priority of the district.
Well, I think Ms. Tennis is right, that we didn't publish this, you know, the public doesn't expect a vote on anything here today.
Correct.
So let's just make notes of what it is that we're interested in changing, and we'll vote on it all when it comes up as an action item next meeting, all right?
If we can do that,
Yeah,
that's
I'm sure
fine.
someone is keeping track. I mean, we have minutes, right?
I am keeping track of the recommended changes.
Thank you so much.
Totally understandable.
Some kind of sound issue.
Yeah, the mic fell over onto the vase, I think.
Tim, you have a lot of power apparently to get up and move.
I think Tim did want to make a clarification on our student groups.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the term targeted student groups on the flyer that was discussed earlier. So we've been out of practice at looking at the state dashboard that comes out during non-COVID times every December. So we are measured by the state on a number of indicators, including Smarter Balanced Test scores, chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, graduation rate, et cetera, et cetera. If on that state dashboard, there's a gap in the achievement level between any student group and our all students student group, those become, in the eyes of the state, our targeted student groups. So every district could have different targeted student groups. The targeted student groups are not set by the state, but the state does set the criteria. In our LCAP, we are required to address what is our plan to close those achievement gaps for those targeted student groups. So over time, what we hope is those targeted student groups will change.
Is it any gap between all students and target, or is there like a significant threshold?
Significant gap.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's a threshold. that
Right, there's a
identifies it.
threshold,
Yeah, okay.
right.
And then another question I had that has been brought up, and I've asked before, and just for clarity, on the state-defined list of potential targeted groups, is not LGBTQ plus
Correct.
students. And
Correct.
there's various reasons probably that the state hasn't done that, which is really an issue with privacy and tracking.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so any questions about the term targeted student groups in this context? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. All right, so moving on to item 3, the Universal Pre-Kindergarten Plan.
I have a request to make of staff who's going to be speaking to us, and we have a very late agenda, and oftentimes it's the chair that makes comments of this nature, but I know you guys are all really mad at us for being on the school board, but anything you guys want to do to shorten your presentations, I don't see a lot of controversy in the items that remain, except maybe when we get down to the new board policies, so I personally would favor a more abbreviated, comments.
I am here to help hopefully accommodate that, Mr. Tennis. So we are happy to share with you about a minute of background. The state has started a transitional kindergarten several years ago. Students that were born September, October, November. It was a way to give them a bridge opportunity to be in school and kind of get some pre-learning activities, school readiness, et cetera, et cetera. The state has decided to start expanding that opportunity for students over the next coming years. So this year, September, October, November. Next year, September, October, November, December, January, September, October, November, December. So each year they're adding 2 more months on. So UPK, and they call it Universal Pre-Kindergarten. So it's a mix of our TKs, our preschools, et cetera, with all of those kinds of things. We are needing to continue to expand to accommodate all of those potential incoming students. So with that being said, the state has kind of given us this document and said, we would like you to start kind of planning and share with us what you think. How are you going to accommodate those additional students? Do you have things organized and coherent and ready for them to start coming into your school district? So this is the planning document. We're looking for your approval of it. We know they're coming. Our kind of the big dilemma, honestly, that we face right now is probably like every other school district in the state right now is space for them and teacher availability. Of course, they've made it a little bit more complex for TK teachers. They've added some additional credentialing requirements for them to make it a little bit more difficult. I think it'll give them better background, but it also makes it more difficult. They have to spend a little bit more time with some of the coursework they're doing with those things. But by getting this money, it gives us a couple $100,000 plus to start planning, buying curriculum. We've been very fortunate over the last several years. Laura Manning, who's sitting behind me here, has been super involved with the state, kind of planning this out and been in a mix of committees. So she's been very connected with us as we talk about this also and get ready to roll it forward. So for this coming year, we guessed about 3 or 4 classes adding with TK. We've been wrong so far. We're adding 1 as of this moment. We've got about 25 spaces. We firmly believe more TK age kids will come in as the school year gets closer and closer with those kinds of things also. So it's a little bit of a guesstimate with it because these kids that are this age, they can choose between TK and preschool also. So it's a little bit hard because some of them actually choose preschool right now because it's an 8-hour day. It helps moms and dads out. It still gives them a quality experience. We're working on closing that gap with some ELOP funds that Tina will be talking about shortly also. We're not quite there yet with it, but it's coming. So really, we're looking for board approval. Here's our plan. We'd like to get some dollars to start making sure we're planned, ready for it, organized. It really won't solve our biggest issues, once again, space and some teacher credentialing kinds of things, but it'll help us with those things. We can pay for some of those units with it. We can buy materials necessary for the classes with it. We can get curriculum, get a whole layout ready to go for those students with it. The other good note connected to it, we're actually adding additional preschool class in our campuses this year, the Loma Vista side, so we're going to be adding a 5th preschool in Chico Unified next year as well. So any questions? And looking for approval. Yes, Caitlin.
So this is not a district issue. I think it's a whole state issue. I have been trying to wrap my head around this implementation schedule with having a child who is 2 and has a birthday in February. And I find it really confusing for some reason. And I think I'm looking at page, 6 of the document, where it says turn 5 between this month and this month, turn 5 between, and I feel like it would be helpful if there was just like a little explainer that means, I think it means like in the 2021, 2022 column, September 2nd of 2021 and December 2nd of 2021 if your child turns 5. It just isn't clear enough for me, and so maybe part of the issue is just parents really wrapping their head around what that rollout
It's a
means.
great idea. I think we could come up with something that would be a little bit easier to read and comprehend for it.
Yeah.
Because it is a little bit confusing with
Yeah.
those things. And we could probably put that on our website as it starts with kindergarten registration kinds of things for families
Great,
also.
thank you. And I think Isla will be it'll be 2024, 2025, I think. But I'd like to be more confident about that. And I feel like that's probably
Sure.
a pretty universal thing.
I'm
I'd
not
like to
sure
think
how
I'm
much.
not alone with that struggle.
No, and I'm just not sure how much, I know there's some awareness out there in the community of it. I don't know how much awareness there is, though, with it also. And I think as it gets closer to school, questions start popping up from parents about, is my child eligible for this as well?
Like right now, just even a quick thing that says, hey, does your child turn this age between this and this month this year? Did you know they can enroll in TK with CUSD right now, kind of thing? Yeah. I'm really
Can do.
excited, obviously, about that. I should be on commercials. Sorry, I'm getting a little punchy here, almost at 9 o'clock tonight.
So barring other questions, we'd love your approval of this to send it in and say we are planning accordingly to have TK rolling out in Chico Unified.
I just turned it off instead of on, sorry. Regarding the same eligibility dates, all of them list at district discretion, which seems.
So what that is, we have to have a space for them if they're within that age. If they miss it by a week or two, we can take them in if we have space available. So that's where that district discretion is. And I would say a lot of teachers would rather not have a TK age student starting May 1st, as an example, just for the last few weeks of the school year.
Absolutely.
So that's where there's that discretion element. If we have a bunch of spaces, you miss the cutoff by a week, we can still take you in.
Thank you.
I move approval.
Okay, Eileen?
Well, I was looking for what it is we need to take action on, and I see an annual cost of $380,000 with an additional $40,000 for each additional class. What is it that we are
Yeah, we're looking for.
being asked to approve?
We're looking for approval of this plan to submit to the state.
Of the plan?
This plan right here.
Okay, gotcha.
And once again, the plan contains, we get dollars with approval to help roll this out.
All right, do I have a motion?
I move approval.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Matt, a second by Caitlin, so we can go to roll call vote.
Robinson, aye.
Lando, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Dolby, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Thank
All
you very
right.
much.
Probably do the.
Okay, yeah. Okay, great. So now we have the item 4, discussion action, the Chico Unified District Expanded Learning Opportunity Program.
Yes, another plan. But with this plan comes a lot of money. In fact, we don't know the total yet because we're waiting for the budget to be finalized. As I look over at Jacqueline, early indications are the allocation that Chico Unified has at this moment is over $2 million to expand the after-school programs. Part of that is a requirement of growing after-school care for our TK and kindergartners, just what Ted spoke about. So with this money, to roll out 2 more sites that we have at our elementary schools, Emma Wilson and Little Chico Creek, for no-cost after-school program, much like our other 6 grant-funded sites have. That is in place and ready to go. And we have our first TKK starting in August with McManus, with 20 slots for students starting out. And then with this money that continues to come our way, we will be growing that. And we can grow it at any time. I want you to know that it's not something that has to be every August on the school year calendar to start a program. We can start after-school programs anytime. When we get our people in order and the money in place, which we're anxiously waiting for, we will go.
Okay.
I would just like to say that after-school programs are totally awesome. They're a godsend, you know. I mean, I benefit from them, you know, but I know there's some people out there who, you know, super much benefit from them. Like they're a total lifeline for some families. And so,
Absolutely.
You know, if the money's coming our way to do this kind of stuff, it's a no-brainer to do it.
For better or worse, the current California administration does want to throw a lot of money our way for after-school programs, much like the UPK that Ted talked about. So we'll take it and we'll grow it. And at this point, there's no indication that it may stop because of the need expressed for so many families. And you know, the after-school programs are fun too. The kids like it. They enjoy it. It's a good, safe place to be. And we love the challenge of continuing to grow that. We've got a wonderful coordinator who is up for any challenge and loves to be creative and think of things. So we do need to have your approval on this plan. They will be fashioned very much like our current existing programs because they do run really well by and large. So we incorporate all of the same elements into these new programs that we're growing.
All right, can I have a motion if there's no other questions?
I move approval.
I'll second that.
I also just want to say, the young people who are working, like, I guess they find them through CARD or something like that, right?
They do.
They help the kids do their homework, you know, and they do such a great job doing that, and they take their job seriously. I just don't have enough good things to say about it.
Yeah, CARD's young people, and then also who are working with CARD are some of our Chico Unified High School students that are currently in the Child Development Pathway at Pleasant Valley High School. So they get some on-the-ground experience, which is great.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Go by a voice vote.
Aye.
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 I think it was Matt motioned and Tom seconded.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that passes 5-0, great. Okay, business services, the original budget.
Good evening, board. All right, so before you, we have our presentation. It'll open up in just a second. Thanks, guys. Okay, so before you, we have the original budget for the 2022-23 school year. Are we good here yet, guys? Doesn't want to open up? Okay. You guys want to just scroll as I'm going? All right, got it. Okay, and per member Tennis's request, we'll go through this as quickly as possible while making sure we get you all the information. So the typical budget development timeline is before you. Right now, as you can see, we're kind of in the middle stages where the legislature has approved their state budget, and they are currently negotiating with the governor to come up with the finalized budget. So we're hoping to have that by June 30th, and then Jacqueline will discuss next steps with you later in the presentation. Next slide. Okay, so some major assumptions that we used when building this budget. Our local control funding formula is based on the governor's May revision that he presented at the end of May or mid-May. Part of that is the cost of living adjustment of 6.56%. As far as our funded ADA, we will be based on the 21-22 school year, and the reason for that is because we are funded right now on current statute based on the either current year or prior year, whatever's the greater number. So our 21-22 ADA is going to be greater, so that will fund our local control funding formula calculation for next year. Unduplicated student percentage, we estimated at 54.27% right now. And then salaries and vacancies as well, and that's all of the positions we're hoping to fill during the 22-23 school year. Those are as of May 24th, so all the positions that we knew about as of May 24th. And then also a big part of our budget is obviously the COVID-19 funds. Next slide. So this chart you guys are pretty familiar with at this point. This is our actual ADA versus funded ADA, and as you can see in that 22-23 school year, we are finally seeing that drop in enrollment because the hold harmless is no longer in effect. So next slide. You guys let me know if you have any questions as I'm going through. Chico Unified continues to spend the various COVID relief funding grant dollars, and we are on track to spend fully all of the grant dollars by the deadlines of each of those grant timelines. So this is a breakdown of each timeline as far as expenditures that we've had in prior years. And then also our budget, where we think we're going to end the 21-22 school year, as well as our budget for next year. And then those remaining dollars, we still have the 23-24 school year to spend. So we will make sure that we spend those grant dollars by the expiration dates. Next slide, thank you. Our Lcap, as you guys heard earlier, this dollar value will look a little different because this chart only shows our unrestricted dollars in the Lcap, so it doesn't have our after school, and Title I, some of the other funding sources that are contained in our Lcap budget. So this is just on the unrestricted side. Next slide.
You're doing a great job.
It was the request, so I'm just trying to make you guys happy. So our general fund income statement, so those unrestricted dollars, most of those are our local control funding formula dollars. And then the restricted, those are grants, so those are self-balancing. It has to do with our title funds as well as any of the COVID funds, all the grant funds that we receive. As you can see, we are deficit spending in next year. That's something that we've been letting you guys know that was going to happen in 22-23 when we've done our multi-year projections. So while it looks like a large dollar value that we're deficit spending, we've been bringing that forward so you guys are well aware that that's going to occur in 22-23. Next slide. Okay, so this pie chart shows our unrestricted as well as our restricted expenditures. So as you can see, we're in the people business, so most of our expenditures are in those green categories, and they're spent on our salaries and our benefits. Next slide. And then this just includes our special ed contribution, which most of that is staffing, so we go ahead and include that, which increases us from 84% of our expenditures being salaries and benefits, and that goes up to 88% when you consider our special ed contribution. And I'm going to hand it over to Jacqueline.
And I'm going to take it from here. I do want to say Marie Hartman is part of the team as well. She's feeling a little under the weather this evening, so wasn't able to make it. So the other piece that we have for the general fund are transfers in from other funds. So this next year, we're looking at about $3.5 million. That's primarily from our redevelopment agency pass-through dollars, and then there is an admin fee that we're able to collect on all the developer fees that are collected that come from Fund 25. As of right now, we did not have to do a contribution to nutrition services. So with the free meals from all, our reimbursement is higher, and they do have a pretty substantial carryover from the current year, 21-22. But I will say food costs are astronomical. That program has, I would say, almost disproportionately been hit with the inflationary factor related to meal costs. But we are going to manage that next year, and Vince runs a great program, so I'm optimistic on that. We do have to contribute to special ed, as well as our 3% requirement for routine restricted maintenance, totaling just over $23 million for those two programs. So getting into the multi-year projection, I will say that the current estimate for 22-23 is very conservative. So the original budget's going to have every position that's authorized and every vacancy, assuming we're going to start from day one, and we know that's not reality. The other piece to it is we went on the most conservative revenue estimates from the governor at this point. We are optimistic through negotiations that there will be some attendance or ADA relief going forward. So basing the MYP, or multi-year projection going forward, we are using a 3-year historical trend. It's been a little messy the last couple years, obviously, with COVID. So it is kind of an estimate at this point, and we're estimating a small decrease, 34 in year 2 and 110 in year 3. So as a result of the decrease in enrollment, there would be a teacher reduction as well. But we do take into account going forward increase with step and column of our tenured staff, benefit rates, and obviously inflation does impact our utilities and some of our other costs. Conversely, we also do take into account retirements. People tend to retire at the higher end of our salary schedule, and the maximum we allow is 15 years on the certificated side for new hires. So there is a savings there. Moving forward right now, the COLA for 23-24, which is year 2 in our multi-year projection, is 5.38%, and in year 3, it's 4.02%. So those may change, but those are the estimates at this point. The other thing I built into the multi-year projection, as Ted alluded to early, was our implementation of transitional kindergarten. This is really a guesstimate. You know, we don't know how many kids are going to show up. We could have 1 class worth of kiddos, we could have 4 or 5. So I put in 2 additional classes for 23-24, and then an additional 2 for 24-25 as that date increases for eligibility. So this here in front of you is the unrestricted side of the budget regarding our multi-year projection. So part of presenting tonight is also looking at how we're going to end in our current year. So that first column, 21-22 EA, or estimated actuals, in the green line there does show that we have a surplus of $4.8 million. And that's largely related to that hold harmless provision that we're funded off of 1920 ADA. So going forward into 22-23, We'd be deficit spending just over 5 million. We'd barely break even, I would say, roughly in 23, 24, and then surplus again in 24, 25. And with that, we do have healthy reserves, even with the deficit spending in years 22, 23, and 23, 24. Next slide, please. So along with those healthy reserves, we want to talk about cash. We need to have cash in the bank in order to pay our employees and pay our vendors. Right now, there's no cash deferrals, and we like to see that. So there is a pretty historical trend that we see. It always dips in November, and we get lots of property taxes and state aid in December, dips again in March, and then increases in April typically, again, property taxes, and then we kind of flatten out the rest of the year. But we are estimated to be over 20 million in June of next year. And I was really hoping to have something for this slide. So the state legislature did present their budget to the governor on Monday, June 13th. They are still in negotiations. I was hoping something had leaked out as of now, but it hasn't. They are bargaining in good faith, and we're hoping to have something by June 30th because the legislature goes on recess July 1st. So in the event that there isn't a negotiated budget by June 30th, they would recess and they would reconvene in August, so it's possible we could get a state budget actually signed in August. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen. Basically, that's what I said there. So they're bargaining in good faith, and we're hoping to have it by June 30th. There are a lot of provisions in the governor's May revise that are the governors and the governors alone and may not be shared by the legislature, which is why we brought forth a conservative budget for you this evening. So I anticipate every need to come back once we have a signed state budget with what's called a 45-day budget update that says now we actually have a signed state budget. Here's the impact of Chico Unified. So I am 99% confident I'll be back in August with that for you. But we do have some challenges going ahead. You know, we are looking at the health of our both federal and state economies. Hopefully you haven't looked at your 401k or 403b lately. The stock market volatility has been very high and very strong. We're continuing to deal with supply chain issues and inflation. And the other piece that we are, I think is a challenge for the district and many districts up and down the state is our student attendance rate. How often students are attending. We took a large hit this year related to students out on quarantine. My hope is that they will return next year, and we won't have those quarantine requirements, and students can be in school. And we all know when they're in school, that's when they learn. Is there any questions regarding this? This evening is just informational and a public hearing to receive feedback, and then we'll be back in 7 days, next Wednesday, for approval.
Any questions? Okay.
I have, Jacqueline, I was reading yesterday that there's a big federal push to put a lot of money into us being able to buy electric buses, and the legislature had not finally funded our home-to-school transportation. Are we still sitting with big question marks on the issue of home-to-school transportation?
Absolutely. There's two proposals that are actually floating out the state. One is to fully fund home-to-school transportation, which currently we receive an add-on to our local control funding formula, and it doesn't even scrape the barrel. It hasn't been, that payment that we receive doesn't receive COLA, and it hasn't been adjusted in 20-plus years. The other piece is a big push for electric buses. But there's issues with that from just a procurement supply chain issue, and there are a lot of rural districts that are pushing back against the state saying we can't have, when our home-to-school transportation routes are tens of miles every day, each way, up in the hills, it precludes them from being able to use electric buses, and so to make a state mandate, there's a lot of controversy over that. So that is one of the elements that we're waiting to hear back from a signed state budget on what exactly is going to be funded for transportation.
Thank you.
Dr. Kaiser, if you could open a public hearing
Okay.
this evening, thank you.
I open the public hearing on the 2022-23 original budget. Any comments?
We do have Julie Treat, who had signed up to speak.
Oh, she left, I think. Okay. All right. I close public hearing. And so we now go then to the education protection account, public hearing informational.
Yes. So every year, we do bring forward the dollars that we receive related to the education protection account, which, a reminder, was voted on by the voters in 2012 via Prop 30. These aren't new monies. They're essentially the first monies that come through our local control funding formula. And so this fills the bucket to the first, in this case, 13+ million, and then the state backfills the rest with unrestricted dollars. So these dollars, right off the bat, go to pay for teacher salaries. We keep it instruction, we keep it as close to kids as possible in the classroom. So this is the disclosure this evening, 13.8 million related to instructional costs of teachers. And it, again, is a public hearing this evening with approval next Wednesday.
All right, I open the public hearing on the education protection account. Julie, you had left, and you had said you wanted to make a comment on budget. Pardon? Oh, all right, okay. All right, anything on item 2 here, the EPA? All right, closing public hearing. So this is just informational, correct? Correct. All right. So we will move now to the public hearing informational on the original budget, 22-23, reserves and disclosures.
So again, once a year, we are required to bring forth a document that substantiates the need for an assigned or unassigned ending balance greater than the state requirement, which for a district our size is 3%. So the assigned and unassigned fund balance is 15.7 million, which is 8.3% reserve, essentially. We are required via the 3% to have 5.6 million, so there's 10 million that we have to substantiate. The board has taken action to have an additional 2% reserve, as well as earmarking some one-time money. So that really leaves about 4.5 million that we have. And part of having healthy reserves is knowing that you have cash on hand in the event there are cash deferrals. The other piece is we have PERS and STIRS volatility, we have enrollment volatility and ADA volatility. And just prudent fiscal solvency, I think, is the other piece. When a district has healthy reserves, we are able to weather the storm a little bit easier if, should something not bad, but decline in the future, which they are talking about a recession here pretty soon.
All right.
So much like the other two, we're here this evening for a public hearing. We bring it back in 7 days next Wednesday for approval.
Okay. So I'll open the public hearing, and Julie, is this what you wanted to speak to?
Yeah, so on the reserves, I just wanted to understand or make a comment about the our exposure from any of the legal actions that, I'm always seeing on the closed meeting, the closed agenda items, we have all these lawsuits and legal activity. And so how do we assess, how do we determine, because that seems to me a very, you can't, there's no trend, right? Is there a budget? I don't know how that's calculated. And because we've had that, the Jennifer Smith lawsuit with now there's 2 kids that are, or former children, who are putting through civil lawsuit for the monies that they were owed for the damage she did to them sexually. I had to say it like that. I don't know how else to say it. But is there a big exposure from that particular case? And then, and again, how do we factor in just to make sure that we're not sitting here all of a sudden, having an issue with our reserves? So that was the basis for the question. Thank you.
And Ms. Street, I can respond to that. We do have general liability insurance, so that drastically reduces our exposure. We do have a legal budget to pay for our attorneys, but our general liability insurance drastically reduces the exposure that the district would have to pay on a legal suit, such as the one you referenced.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, thank you. Were you gonna? Yeah. All right, closing the public hearing. So in terms of this part, again, you come back next week, correct? Okay. All right, so we move to discussion action the property value of portable classroom for Bangor Union Elementary School District, who was burned out in a fire. Julie.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. We have a few visitors I'd like to welcome via Zoom. We have Nicole Cardwell and Patsy Oxford from Pioneer Union Elementary School District, which is Berry Creek School, and Mary Sakuma from Superintendent's Office of the County Office of Ed is also on Zoom to answer any questions about the need that Berry Creek has for this facility. So one thing I want to mention right up front is the documents that I provided say Pioneer Union Elementary School District. And that is because we were approached initially by the superintendent of Pioneer, because they're actually going to be putting the portable, if approved tonight, onto their property at Bangor for use by Berry Creek. However, I was informed by Patsy that they will actually be the purchaser. So they will be purchasing the portable from Chico Unified School District. So the documents that you see that now say Pioneer will be altered. Now say Bangor will say Pioneer Union Elementary School District if approved this evening. So we have a number of portables that we have removed from our elementary school sites or our high school sites over the years, and we've stored them out of our corporation yard. We try to keep a surplus of those portables in case of a need by our district, by unexpected increased enrollment, so that we can act quickly to serve our students. Every year we get a lot of requests for different organizations, nonprofits to purchase those portables, and we always say, no, we're sorry, we know they're sitting out there in the field, but we reserve them for our use. We were approached by Berry Creek because, as you know, their school was destroyed in the fire, and they have not yet been able to rebuild their school, and they have a dire need for a portable to be located at Bangor District for their use. So this is what I bring to you this evening for your consideration.
I think that, if I may.
Yeah.
You know, we're a very wealthy, privileged school district, and we've got a lot of these things sitting around, and they desperately need it, and so I move that we sell it to them for $1.
I have a question. When we do something like this with these portables that have been sitting out there, there's I'm assuming that there's inspections and all of that. I mean, is there a walkthrough to make sure that what we're providing is of a good quality and that, you know, we're doing right by the purchaser?
The purchase agreement indicates that they are taking it as is, and that our district, Chico Unified, has no liability for the building. These buildings have reached their useful life. That's why they were removed. So they do need upgrades when they get put back in place, and Berry Creek is aware of that. For instance, they come in pieces, so when they're removed, they come apart, so the floor is destroyed, so they need to have a new floor put in. And the ceilings also get broken apart, so they need to have the ceilings repaired. Oftentimes, they need painting and heating and air conditioning units, and Berry Creek is aware of those needs.
And we're actually, a couple of agenda items down, we're actually moving one of these same units over to Parkview, and we're going to be buffing it out, getting it ready for service. And we're going to spend about $250,000 doing that. And I've also been informed by staff that they'll be doing something comparable to that to get this unit we're talking about ready for service up in Bangor or wherever it is?
Correct. The district has to pay for the building to be moved, and it's not an easy site in Bangor to get this building in. So they will have to pay for it to be moved and set and skirted, and ADA ramps and the repairs and the heating and air conditioning, all of those things, making sure that the roof is watertight. So yes, they will be having to take those expenses on. Their insurance will be covering
that for them. Sorry, I didn't mention that.
You said you had two speakers. Did you want to?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mary, would you like to join us? I don't have my glasses on.
Good evening, everyone. This is Mary Sakuma, your Butte County Superintendent of Schools. I just wanted to say a thank you to the Chico Unified School Board for considering this item. I'm going to apologize in advance if I repeat something that Julie said. I could not hear through the Zoom most of what she said at the beginning of her presentation. But I also want to thank Superintendent Staley and her entire team, especially Julie Kistel and her team, for their support to these two small districts who really needed some help. I think Julie probably shared with you that Pioneer Union Elementary School District, Berry Creek Elementary, lost their little school during the Bear Fire and North Complex Fire in September of 2020. Since the fire, they've been temporarily housed in Oroville City Elementary School District at Ophir School. Unfortunately, Oroville City wasn't able to accommodate Berry Creek for the coming year as the student population at Ophir School is growing. So Superintendent Principal of Pioneer Berry Creek, Patsy, who is here also on the call this evening, she reached out to the interim superintendent at Bangor to ask if perhaps they might have some space for the next year or year and a half. And so through agreement with the insurance company for Pioneer Berry Creek, everyone agreed that it would be appropriate for Berry Creek to lease some portables out at Bangor, but they only had 2 available and needed 3. So this is an amazing partnership, and you're making it possible, or you have the opportunity to make it possible this evening by your generosity in sharing with the school district, 2 school districts in need, because it also turned out that Bangor had on its site a condemned portable that needed to be removed, and the insurance company for Pioneer Berry Creek agreed to pay for the demolition and the removal of all the debris. And I'm pleased to share with you that I had an opportunity to speak both with the contractor, Jim Gilmore, the owner of United Building Contractors, who holds the agreement with Pioneer to do this emergency work. But I also spoke with the interim superintendent at Bangor, Paul Arnold, this afternoon, who confirmed with me that the demolition and the removal of the debris is complete as of today. So I'm just very pleased to have the opportunity to speak in support of this item. One of the very important roles of the county superintendent and the County Office of Education is to support all of our districts, but especially our small districts who have fewer resources and ability to respond when big crises present themselves. So thank you in advance for your consideration. It's been a pleasure to be here this evening.
Thank you, Mary. Patsy, do you have anything that you would like to add?
No, but thank you. This is Patsy Oxford. Sorry, I'm up in Berry Creek, and if I put on my camera, my computer will freeze. But I'd really like to thank the board for approving this item as well. It really means a lot to us, and I think it's going to be an asset for our district as well as Bangor's. We are both TK8 schools and have a lot in common. So it will be a new partnership for both of us, and we're hoping within the next year to 2 years we will be back in Berry Creek and invite you to come visit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patsy.
Thank you, Patsy.
Okay, with
And
that.
I also, one other thing, would love to add that how much Julia has helped and supported us through this entire process, and Mary Sakuma as well. So thank you very, very much, both of
All right. I'm going to open it for public comment.
so a few months ago, I was here with Ruth Sarnoff. I don't know if you remember her. She's a cute little lady. She's like 90 years old, and she had this binder of information, and we shuffled it on over for the district office to make copies of. So I came here on her behalf because she wanted me to ask a question, because she spent a lot of years fighting dilapidated portables down at the LA school district. And she was calling them containers here, and I'm like, they think they're talking about containers. She was talking about portables, so I've been really fascinated by her knowledge. But so she wanted me to ask, have we had any teachers with cancer issues in the schools with these portables? And how many portables do we have left at this yard? And I mean, is there a plan to get rid of them and to again address? Because she's thinking for sure we must have had some cancers in the school district with these portables. Okay, so that's there. Now for me, as I'm listening to the exchange here with Berry Creek, I mean, I don't want to be selling our dilapidated junk to Berry Creek. I mean, I would rather just pay for a new portable of $250,000. Maybe it's a lot more. So I'm totally ignorant in this area. It's brand new for me. I don't know much about it, but it just seems to me, I'm very concerned that we've had this issue with portables, and it's kind of known around, the country and California, maybe here in Butte County and Chico. So, yeah, can we address if we've got any cancers in these portables? Are we cleaned them up? And are we sure we're not going to send stuff up there that's going to cause more cancer up there, and we're going to regret it later? So that's the gist of it. Thank you.
Ms. Kissel, how much is a brand spanking new portable classroom delivered?
We haven't purchased any in quite some time. I would imagine they're nearly $500,000 for a 960 square foot portable classroom or modular classroom building, which is what this is, a 960 square foot.
To Ms. Threet's question, is there any evidence of, cancer-causing agents in the portables that we've got, that we're talking about right now?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right, any further questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. So the motion in front of us is to, I think we're selling it for $1, is that right?
The motion in
Yes,
front of us.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
And I was going to second that motion as soon
Oh.
as you opened it back
The
up.
motion in
'cause
front of us is actually to unanimously agree that the value is less than $2,500, so they can then legally sell it for that price.
Oh, all right.
Correct. So you're agreeing to the value of it so that it can be surplused,
Oh, okay,
and then we can sell it for $1.
okay. All right,
And one just comment that I do have to change the name on the contract
Right.
to the correct school district.
so okay. So right now in the agenda, it says Bangor, but
Be Berry Creek.
Berry Creek. Okay, good.
It's Pioneer Union Elementary School District, which is Berry Creek School.
Okay,
So we'll turn that B into a P and we'll be done.
all right.
So, sorry, need a motion?
Yes.
I'd like to move to surplus the portable in question.
Second.
All right.
Do you want to
Okay.
amend your
with-
to also,
Right, with the understanding that the name change will be changed to Pioneer.
and what about the notion of actually, like declaring the value less than that and then actually making the
Sorry, that
sale or
was-
whatever?
okay. Yes, so the motion is to declare that the value of this property is less than or equal to $2,500.
Second.
Okay.
Is that it? Are we also going to make a motion that we go ahead and sell it to them, or?
It can all be in one.
All in
So
one.
declaring it surplus, less than 2,500 value, selling it to Pioneer Union Elementary School District for the sum of $1.
Okay, let's modify that motion one more time.
Yeah, not
Now it
what
includes the
she
act of
said.
selling it for $1.
Just say what she said.
Yes, what she said. All right.
I'll second that, too. Yep.
All right. So Voice vote, all those in favor?
Robinson, aye.
All right. A good move. Okay, Julie, you're still up.
Yes. So the next topic is in two parts. So in the first part, I have Ted Sullivan here to join me in describing the need for a portable to be placed on the Parkview Elementary School site. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ted so that he can explain what happened with enrollment that's making this a requirement.
Slightly good problem for us. We have a need for some expanded capacity. Diane, some of the rooms that we had been planning on being able to use this coming year, Diane has needed to expand some of the SPED program, so some of those spaces have gone away. We planned for and knew we were going to be adding a preschool on there. So over the course of kind of looking at room space available and looking at our projected numbers for next year and how full our kindergartens were, we're very, very full in kindergarten next year. And we actually need some space, very likely. So we kind of looked at where we could do this. Parkview has had a long-standing wait list, i.e. Form 10 list, looking to get in there. So we kind of looked at where would it work. Parkview is a nice option for us. There's a lot of desire from the community to have families going there. So this seems like it would be a good time for us, and I hate to do things in a hurry. As we were talking with Julie, kind of the emergency status. But this is one of those times where I think we really need some space to make sure we can accommodate all of our incoming kindergartners this coming year. If you kind of think of our Form 10 process, this allows us to kind of move students around via kind of a domino. It opens up spaces from different schools. We're very full at Emma Wilson right now. We're very full at Shasta in kindergarten. So by allowing some of those Form 10s to start moving, kind of a triangulation of open spaces starts happening with it. High desire, once again, we've got 35 on the waiting list to get into Parkview. So we would love to be able to add that onto Parkview and kind of help Parkview. The other thing that's a little bit awkward, Parkview has, currently they have 2 Ks, 3 firsts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. And when those students move up into 4th and 5th grade, it makes them for some very odd numbers in those classes also. They end up having 4th and 5th grade classes in the 20 range, 22 range with those things, because they don't have enough classes feeding into them also. So a really nice flow of classes in our world is 3K, 3 first, 3 second, 3 third, moving into 2 fourths and 2 fifths like that, with the numbers kind of going from 20, 20, 20 to one class of 30 or 2 classes of 30 like that. So this is kind of a stepping stone to kind of get Parkview moving in that direction also, and getting Ks and TKs and first grades with 20 and moving up into 30 kids in their 4th and 5th grades as well.
Where will the room be recognized? I mean, where will it be located on campus?
Yeah, it's the northwest corner of the campus. So,
There's 2 there already, right?
yes,
Yep.
there's 2, and there's a restroom. And this will be right next to the restroom.
Okay.
And it will be at triple wide. So it's much larger. It's 1,330 square feet, and it has a restroom in it. So for kindergarten or TK, it's perfect.
Wow, okay.
So we met with our facilities committee to discuss this need last month, and we agreed that having the ability to allow parents their choice of putting their student at Parkview, and it also helps with the sizing of the cohorts as they're moving through the classes. It really is a great opportunity for Parkview.
I come from a Parkview family, and it's a great school, and if we need this extra space to keep that service going, then I'm happy to. I mean, I don't know if I need to conflict myself out of this, because I actually have a TK student going to Parkview next year. So, fine. I go ahead and move that we do this.
Well, we need to open it for public comment. This is classified as emergency just because of the time framework and the age groups we are dealing with, right? So, any public comment?
So this whole thing with these portables, because I was looking at Ruth's pictures, and there's some like really ugly pictures of mold and issues with these asbestos and things, so are we really 100% clear that we're not going to have a mold problem at this portable at Parkview? I don't know, I'm just making sure. 250,000, I think we said we're going to use to clean this one up? I don't know, I know it's an emergency, I know we have kids growing, and I know we need this, but my God, I'm just addressing this issue. Are we okay with these portables, and are we sure they're free from harm? Thank you.
May I respond to that? Okay.
Well, maybe we have Julie respond to that.
Yeah.
In your expert opinion, these buildings are safe? Or this building is safe?
Yes, they
Thank
are
you.
safe. They're all over the state. Portables are inexpensively constructed. They do need to be maintained, but every building needs to be maintained. Mold is caused by water intrusion from roof leaks or plumbing leaks and those sorts of things. It doesn't just grow because it's in a portable. It would grow because of lack of maintenance. So, and that goes for any building.
Okay.
And
I'm
on
gonna-
a similar note, just because I'm curious, how long do we expect the portables out there to need to serve?
That's a great question, and my answer to that would be the portables will all be removed from the Parkview campus when it's its turn to be modernized in the master plan.
I'm trying to remember, is it phase 5 at Parkview?
2026 is
Yeah,
the current schedule of
Thank you.
implementation.
Can I ask a question on that note about the facilities master plan? Is there a particular time in the year that usually comes up for us to look at? I just forget. When we look at it and like reevaluate if there's any changes we want to make, or is that something that we need to like put forward if that's something
Another
we wanna
really
do?
great question. Thank you. We talked about it a couple board meetings ago, that we are going to update the master plan primarily because of the transitional kindergarten implementation. So that will be happening. We're putting out an RFQ for architectural firms to assist with that. And the board plays a very big role in the updating of the master plan.
So will that be sometime in the next time frame?
Probably this next spring.
Okay.
It does take some time.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, I'm going to close public comment, and do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Tennis and a second by Dalby. Voice vote, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it passes 5-0. All right, so the resolution next is 1585-22. Oh, wait a minute. I know, how do we have two on the same?
So the first one is for the board to direct the district to place a portable at Parkview to
Oh,
accommodate.
and the second one makes it emergency.
And the second one is for the contracting
Oh,
to do
okay.
so.
So we need, no, we didn't. Yeah.
First, we
So
told just
we have before us Resolution 1585-22, authorizing the emergency relocation of a portable building to Parkview Elementary. So I'll open it for public comment. All right, I'll close it for public comment. Okay, may I have a motion?
So moved.
All right.
Seconded.
Second by
whatever my.
Tom,
name is.
yeah.
That's him.
It is late, no dinner. Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Passes 5-0. All right.
You have to know that there is a money attached to that one. It was a.
Okay, so we move to human resources, and now Jim has something to do.
I have something to do, and I'm awake. Okay, the first one is, I bring this to you each summer, declaration of need for fully qualified teachers. We typically have very few of these in normal years. Last year was not that case, and but the Commission on Teacher Credentialing requires us to declare that we may need to put someone in a classroom that doesn't have a clear credential. The most common example of that is we may have a student teacher, we have no one to hire. Typically in special education is the most common, and we have to do an internship. So it's an uncredentialed teacher in a program earning their credential while they're teaching. There are other instances, for example, BCLAD or something like that, but those are much rarer. Diane knows well that probably special ed is the most common. Again, it's when we lose a teacher in the middle of the year and there is no one to hire, is the typical circumstance. So anyway, I need board approval so we can file this with CTC.
Can I ask a question of clarification?
Yeah.
Thanks. Have there been times when you have used this to hire someone when there were, in fact, credentialed teachers who applied?
Sometimes it has happened when we determine they're not qualified because of concerns in background check or things like that.
Thank you.
So just to follow up and be clear, there's a distinct difference between qualified and credentialed?
Yes, CTC allows us discretion in determining qualifications versus credentialing. We may have a credentialed person that has issues that we're concerned about putting them in a classroom, and we do have discretion to be able to do that. We have to be able to show that, but they do give us the discretion.
So is that something that's set basically by board policy? Is that side of things? So CTC, which is the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, says these are the requirements in this regard, but then you have this like set of autonomous sets of policies that you can set to drive your own human resources decisions. And
Yeah,
actions.
well, indirectly, because we have the process for hiring, and we go through that process, and then the decisions are made at that level. So typically, it would be a group of principals. There may be teachers involved, less likely in the middle of the year, but it's possible, where there's a group of administrators that would make that decision based on qualifications. So there is some subjectivity in that, but we hire administrators to make those decisions, so like to be able to trust them.
All right, I open this for public comment. Is there any public comment? All right, close it. Okay, may I have a motion? Again, this is a requirement by the state in order for us to fill a position that we weren't anticipating.
Yeah, I'll move the declaration.
All right, thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have Tom Lando moved it, Eileen has seconded it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Okay, so then this is also, Jim?
Okay, so this is
Resolution 1584-22.
Yep, this resolution is an elimination of classified positions. I will note that 3 of those are senior account clerks, they're full-time positions. All we did there was we changed the name of the, it's a position change, so they are now financial specialists. We had, I believe, we had 2 financial specialists and 3 senior account clerks, and they are now all financial specialists in the district office. So no one lost their position. It's a name change. So that's kind of where we're at on that. All these positions, all the other positions are not full. The elementary counseling assistant, essentially a quick explanation on there. We typically give 4 hours of counseling assistant time to each school. There are some schools that, through a grant, received additional time. Those grants are no longer available. So unless the school specifically dedicates Lcap dollars or something for additional time, and that's their choice, those positions disappear when the person leaves their position. So these, again, are empty positions.
Okay. All right. I'll open for public comment. Seeing none, I'll close it for public comment. All right, may I have a motion?
I move approval of the classified personnel actions.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. We can do this by voice vote. All those in favor of Resolution 1584-22, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, passes. Okay, so can I have a motion about the board policies?
What? What was it you're looking for? I'm
Madam-
confused.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. In reading the revised and updated new board policies, I don't see anything that is of timely nature, and I move that we postpone action on this item and the first read, no, just this action, until the June 27th meeting?
Next week.
Yes, the next week meeting.
Okay.
I'd like to comment. I mean, how long is this item going to take? I mean, isn't this pretty kind of like a open and shut one? This 441? 841?
I have some issues to discuss when they are brought for approval.
Okay.
I'll second your motion.
All right.
And then,
So we have a motion to postpone to next
I
week.
did, I moved.
Okay, and a second?
and this was for 4.1, whatever, 8.4.1, right? 8.4.1?
Madam Robinson, which item are you wanting to talk about?
There are several. One is the,
No, I think he just means which agenda item.
No, which
oh,
board
no, they're
policies does
board
she want to hone in
policies.
on?
Oh,
The board policies on, I'll have to open it up.
It's all of them, right? 4.1.
Yeah, there's,
She wants to delay it because she wants to go into some detail on
Right.
some of them, and I'm just
And
curious which
I-
ones it is, so I can read up on them and stuff like that.
okay, the ones that, okay, where is it?
You're not thinking of the new,
Now, the uniform complaint
Oh.
procedures was one, and the other one was,
your microphone's off, I think.
it's on.
Okay.
That was the one that was the most significant that I wanted to talk about.
But you're making the motion to postpone the
Yes.
discussion. All right.
And I did put in writing my questions to the superintendent. Did they get circulated? Yeah, they've been sent to you, my concerns.
All right, so the motion is to move the consideration of the updated board policies to our next board meeting a week from today. And it's been seconded, right? Yes. I thought you seconded. Huh? Okay. So, any further discussion?
In the spirit of collegiality, I'm going to vote aye on this, but I would have no problem taking them up tonight.
I would.
could I, maybe, I seconded this, but could maybe add an amendment just to get it all done at the same time? And maybe, if some folks are in a need to get home, maybe we also look at tabling until next week. So 4.1, 2, and 4, and only address number 3 tonight. That's my amendment. So
Is
1 and 2 are all new first reading of board policies, and item 4 is the letter for, to the city of Chico for alternative sites, which might have a little bit lengthier discussion, so perhaps we can just
Are you okay with that?
Just to
Caitlin, I'm sorry.
move 3 of the 4 items to next week instead of just voting on one at a time. If we want to table some and move them, let's move those 3.
Right, when we get to them next week, usually what we do is anybody that wants to discuss, we take those out and approve the others that are not wanting to be discussed.
She's talking about item 4.
And 2.
City of
the
Chico
city of-
locations.
Oh, where,
She's
how did we
adding
get there?
that, if you agree.
Oh, adding that to moving things forward?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I just do want to make one point. 4.1 is actually approval of board policies. See, we'd be approving them tonight. The 4.2 is a first reading.
Right.
So if we go ahead and have the first reading of 4.2, then we can approve all of them at the next board meeting.
Right, that was, I didn't include 4.2 because it's the first reading.
Okay.
But we can go either direction.
But I agree to move the City of Chico discussion to
Okay,
next
so
week.
then so my amendment to your motion is to move that item also. So move those 2 to next week and do items, continue with items 4.2 and 3 tonight. Okay. And you accept? You accept my proposal to change that to amend, yeah? I guess I'm not talking loud enough still tonight. So you accept my amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready.
All right. Voice vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Nay.
all right.
That's fair.
Okay, 4-1. All right, so we have the new board policy, the first reading.
Correct. Did I lose Tina? Or was that John? Not sure who.
This is an
Really, it is just a first reading, so I don't know if there's any questions, but it is a,
So as we mentioned in our MTSS conversation earlier tonight, we were really focusing on the why. And board policy, as you all well know, is why. Knowing that then it would be up to staff to have a conversation about the what and the how. So we're asking the board tonight to consider specifically why, and embedding it in board policy, we would need to create an administrative regulation to support our multi-tiered system of support with very specific, as I think there are 9 elements to your board policy. As Ms. Keene indicated earlier, we would spend the next year developing the administrative regulation.
so at this point, it's just a first reading.
Right.
Unless there's any questions, that's all we need to do.
Just acknowledging that we have received it and reviewed it, and we will consider it for approval at the next meeting.
All right, I have a motion?
We don't need a motion.
Okay. All right, so then let's move to item 3.
Okay, there was a proposal to move our July 20th board meeting to August 3rd. It would be
Fourth.
moving 4th, 3rd? It's the 3rd. I heard a 4th somewhere. August 3rd, and really, it's just moving it back 2 weeks. So it's not canceling the meeting. We did not have a meeting the first Wednesday in August, so this would move that to that meeting.
All right, any discussion? Motion?
I move that we move our July 20th meeting to July 3rd, even though.
August 3rd.
August 3rd, even though it says August 4th on the agenda.
Yes, that's true. It does say August 4th on the agenda.
All right, a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
So the one thing I wanted to say about this is that there's been a lot of work being done this last school year. What?
No, I have a question, a clarification, because it's a workshop meeting. We haven't established our workshop titles.
Kelly's got it.
Yeah, typically, we don't have a board workshop in August, so this board meeting date was free. There's nothing that has been assigned to it.
It hasn't been assigned, and we're not going to assign.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm clear. Okay.
Yeah, so just acknowledging that, especially the folks who have to put all of the reports and things together for these meetings, it's nice to be able to take a little bit more breathing space in July and kind of unwind. We want to make sure that everybody in the district has that opportunity, and I don't think if it's not gonna stall anything for us, we should, allow that extra 2 weeks to catch some of your energy before we hit next school year.
Waiting for a motion.
We have one in a
Oh,
second.
motion, okay. All right, all those in favor by voice vote? Oh, we have to do name.
Roll call.
Okay, roll call.
Tennis, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye.
All right, unanimous, okay. So, are there any items from the floor? Okay, and then, is there a board member who wants to request to agendize an item?
Yeah, I have 5. No, just kidding.
I have to say, I've gotten a little bit better at reading your sense of humor.
Okay, so no items, all right. And then I can now say adjournment at 10 to 10, my God.